Chapter 236. Wang Wei was looking at his mother with his heart racing, wondering what he did wrong this time. He did not want to be on the other hand of his mother's punishment like his father. Meanwhile, Yu Yan started playing and took out a card that was actually a talisman. After activating it, the voice of two people talking could be heard. However, a bunch of terrible profanities were coming out of these people. Some of these things said were so vile that it would turn even the holiest of saints into devil worshippers or sinners. This card was actually one of the many ones that Wang Wei created in order to damage the Academy's reputation and prestige. Many people who receive these cards believe that these conversations were real recordings of teachers of the Academy speaking with another. After the recording ended, Yu Yan looked at Wang Wei and asked, "From what I remember, I raised you properly like an aristocrat. So where did you learn such vulgarity?" Sweat started falling down Wang Wei's back despite the fact that he was a couple 100,000 meters deep under the ocean as he pondered what to say in this situation. He could not tell her that he was raised in online culture in his life, and that compared to the foul things people in modern day say on the web, these conversations were actually nothing, especially compared to the more conservative values and ideas of this world. Knowing that he might get in trouble, Wang Wei's mind ran very fast as he thought on how to explain this situation. Finally, he said with a calm face, "Mother, this has nothing to do with me. It was all Li Jun. He told me that he spent a lot of time around the sect's disciples and learned many foul things, so I consulted him when it was time to make the cards. And it was not just him. There was also Tai Gang. He told me before he became a king in the lower realm, he was in a gang and was once a bandit, so I consulted him on the issue." Yu Yan crossed her arms in front of her as she pondered these words. Meanwhile, Wang Tian was looking at his son with strange eyes. It was obvious that he was the one who wrote these things by himself. Why was he blaming others now? However, when he wanted to say something, he saw a deep, ferocious look in his son's eyes. He knew that if he said something, then Wang Wei could just blame it on him. No matter whether his wife believed it, he would still be in trouble. So he just nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after a few seconds of pondering, Yu Yan nodded before muttering to herself, "It seems that I have to talk to little Li Jun's mother about who he is hanging with. As for Tai Gang, I will warn him not to bring these things around my son." No matter how intelligent Yu Yan was, she was still a mother, and thus very biased against her own son. She did not want to believe that he was capable of such a thing, so she totally believed his lie that was full of loopholes. After that, Yu Yan looked at Wang Wei before saying, "Well, be careful who you hang out with in the future. I do not want them to influence you. Having a pure and peaceful mind is very beneficial to your path of cultivation." "I know, mother," replied Wang Wei with a look of innocence in his face. Yu Yan nodded before looking at her husband. "You can look for your own accommodation for the next 2 weeks, sect master. Now I am off to a tea meeting with my future daughter-in-law." Then she left with a happy smile on her face, while Wang Tian's mouth kept twitching non-stop. Nevertheless, he was happy that it was just for 2 weeks and not longer. As for Wang Wei, he was just relieved that his mother bought his lie. As for throwing Li Jun under the bus, well, he has been doing this ever since they were young. By now, Li Jun was not only used to it but knows how to cooperate to take the blame. Anyways, this guy has used him as a shield countless times as well. Every time he becomes a womanizer, he will use his name to justify his action to Yan Liling, and Wang Wei always covers for him. After seeing the defeated look on his father's face, Wang Wei said, "Since you cover for me so well, I will talk to her for you, but I can probably reduce your sentence by only a week." Wang Tian's eyes lit up after hearing this. Things are always better when his son intervened for him, despite the fact that this rarely occurs. After that, the two talked about their life and joked around for a bit before disconnecting. Wang Wei sighed as he pondered all that happened in the past decade. More importantly, the close friendship that Wu Hong had with his mother. The truth of the matter, he was worried that his mother would not like her, given how overprotective she can be at times. Personally, he did not want to live through the family drama of mother versus daughter-in-law, as he would be the one in the middle. Luckily for him, he did not have to. Nevertheless, he was still wondering how his mother accepted Wu Hong so quickly, so he asked her. The answer he got was that she was worried about him. According to Yu Yan, Her son was a very strict and disciplined person who rarely messed with other women. On top of that, she realized that he was too focused on cultivation and feared that he would become one of those cultivators who did not want to have families, especially when Wang Wei told her that he would only have children after his cultivation was truly successful. Adding to his ridiculous standards for a companion, she feared that he would be alone forever. So, she was very excited when Wu Hong came into his life. After hearing this, Wang Wei started to remember the only time that he and his mother had a fight. When he turned 14 years old, according to his aristocratic training, he was supposed to sleep with one of the maids. This was a way for children from prominent families to get used to the pleasure of the flesh so that they are not easily tempted during their cultivation journey. Of course, Wang Wei refused, as he did not want to sleep with anyone, especially since he did not feel like it. Not to mention that he had already passed the lust trial from the pagoda, so this held no meaning to him. Unfortunately, his mother insisted that he had sexual intercourse with one of them. After asking his father, he realized that his mother was worried about his sexual orientation. It was then that Wang Wei realized that this world's culture and society was very conservative in many ways compared to modern society. As such, homosexual relationships are frowned upon. Although as long as you are strong enough, no one will publicly criticize your lifestyle and choices. In general, homosexual relationship of any gender is still frowned upon by society. Even if there have been many great emperors who openly admitted their sexual orientation, this did not change much. After knowing the situation, he tried to talk to his mother and explained that he just did not feel like it. As a person who pursues to be free and unfettered, this was reason enough for him to make a decision about anything. Nevertheless, Yu Yan was not relieved in the slightest. So, Wang Wei was forced to go against his wishes or desires and slept with one of the maids he chose for himself. Well, he did not complain, as he did enjoy himself. Nevertheless, he found the experience pointless, as sleeping with a woman was not an indication of anyone's sexual orientation. However, since it meant so much to his mother, he did it anyway. After that experience, Wang Wei planned to one day make the cultivators in this world more open-minded. After all, as people who study the ways of heaven and earth, they should be more accepting of all its laws. After taking a brief journey through memory lane, Wang Wei took out another recording from his space ring. This one was sent by Wang Ju and contained everything that happened in the heaven-chosen selection trial the past decade. Without much hesitation, he rushed through the recordings of the first few months. As this was the first round and mostly involved these participants being massacred by hordes of devil beasts, there was not much information to gather, especially given that the truly powerful candidates were hiding their strength. In the second rounds, Wang Wei immediately took notice of when Mo Xingyun killed the 9 physique girl from the lower realm. Chapter 237. Wang Wei watched how easily Mo Xingyun easily defeated the 9 physique. Then he saw how she swallowed her opponent's body. However, what he focused more on was what happened afterwards. Someone intervened and placed a formation that isolated the viewer's eye, and it seemed that Mo Xingyun had a conversation with someone. Any information on who she was talking to? Asked Wang Wei. Unfortunately, no, replied Wang Ju from the communication talisman. Any movement from the Mo family in the West after this incident? The sect did notice some movement from them after this, as they seemed to be searching for something. However, after that, once the Mo family noticed that the whole world was spying on them, they immediately stopped their actions. Wang Wei nodded as he placed a higher level of threat to Mo Xingyun after hearing that conversation. So, he focused on her actions during this trial. Wang Wei watched as she killed and swallowed the number 9 Origin Spirit Physique and the number 10 Star Monarch Physique. None of these guys from the lower realm could give her a proper challenge, showing how difficult it is for Heaven Chosens from the lower realm to actually become successful in higher worlds. Only a few of them can do so, and the ones that actually become great emperors are even more rare. Most of them actually have to enter a faction before they could reach their full potential and be able to fight for the heaven will. As for the ones from the lower realm that became great emperor while still remaining loose cultivators, the number of them can be counted in one hand. And these people are usually extremely powerful but also very lucky. They usually have countless fortunate opportunities to close the gap with those heaven chosen full of resources since birth. Finally, they have to find an identity token to be recognized by the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world. And even those loose cultivators' great emperor might not make it in this glorious age when heaven chosens are as many as dogs, and the talent needed to survive in this generation has been raised to unimaginable heights. After sighing for a moment, Wang Wei continued to observe Mo Xingyun. She seemed to have an insatiable appetite. After killing the last 3 physiques in the top 10, she went after the number 7 boundless void physique. Unfortunately, she soon realized that she bargained for more than she could handle. Before the void-shattered realm, the boundless void physique is one of the most overpowered physiques of all the 3,000 heavenly physiques. It grants the owner the ability to control space. So abilities like teleport, space cut, space imprisonment are the most common abilities of this physique. Adding to that, the founder of the Worshipping Tao Academy once also possessed the same physique and proved the Tao with space as his main Tao. So the owner of this physique, Zhang Xian, cultivate the infinite void volume. Mo Xingyun was maltreated during the battle. Zhang Xian kept teleporting around her and attacking her. She tried to swallow the space around her, but she failed. So, she used the power she had just gained from the origin spirit physique that granted her unlimited origin essence to keep using large-scale attacks to prevent Zhang Xian from approaching her. Unfortunately, this tactic did not work as the space around her was imprisoned and turned into a cage during one of her attacks, making her own origin abilities counterattack her instead. Nevertheless, Mo Xingyun was a ruthless woman. She purposely left an opening on herself and lured Zhang Xian to attack her directly. So, after he appeared next to her to stab her with a space blade, she let him do it, then instantly tried to swallow one of his arms. Lucky, Zhang Xian was also a cruel person and knew that he could not get access to any part of his body, so he detonated that arm after knowing that he could not save it, thus preventing Mo Xingyun from getting any powers from his physique. After that, the two of them did not continue to fight and left just like that. Wang Wei watched that battle over and over, and he discovered that one of the main reasons that Mo Xingyun lost was because she could not fully utilize the power of the other physique. It was as if she could not fully digest what she swallowed. Wang Wei then remembered that the Heaven-Devouring Emperor not only created the Heaven-Devour physique, but also a powerful cultivation technique to go with it. It seemed that Mo Xingyun did have such a thing, thus explaining the reason for the inability to properly swallow these physiques. Wait, could she have discovered the technique left over by the Heaven-Devour Emperor, hence the reason that the Mo family was searching for something? However, this does not make sense, as according to the Heaven-Devour Emperor's personality and attitude towards his own family, it is very unlikely that he would leave behind an inheritance, unless it was someone else's inheritance, muttered Wang Wei to himself. After that, he looked back at Wang Ju before ordering, "Go over all the people throughout history that have cultivated a technique about swallowing or devouring and see if you can find anything. You can ask my father's shadow to help you review the sect's secret archive and see if they can discover anything else." "As you wish, young master." Afterwards, he rewatched the battle between these two, this time focusing on Zhang Xian's ability and how he would defeat him in a battle. Before cultivators enter the void-shattered realm and can use the power of space, this physique is indeed a cheat. However, Wang Wei believed that his fleshly body can easily tank any of his attacks, not to mention that he can now break the space around him with sheer force. Additionally, his fate innate talent can also deal with this physique, so he was not that worried. As for Mo Xingyun, he noticed that she has a limit on the things that she can swallow, so he can easily overload her capabilities and make her explode from swallowing too much. Furthermore, she seemed incapable of swallowing physical attacks that do not involve origin essence or spiritual energy between heaven and earth. With so many restrictions, he has many ways to deal with her. However, if she finds a way to fix her flaws, her level of threat will exponentially increase. After watching her battle, Wang Wei then focused on two other people that Wang Just information had detailed notes on. One of them was a handsome man called the Suave Sloth. This man was sleeping in the middle of the battlefield with countless beautiful women fanning him. However, every time some devil beasts or another participant came close to him, they would instantly feel listless and unmotivated, then fall asleep like him. Then, the women next to the Suave Sloth would go and kill these people themselves, and they would not even react. Wang Wei was speechless for a moment before reading the information that Wang Ju had about him. According to her, His real name is not known, or he might not even have a real name. Ever since he was young, people always called him the Suave Sloth. This guy was extremely lazy when he was young, refusing to even eat due to how lazy he was. According to this information, the only reason that he began to cultivate it in the first place was because he heard that cultivators did not need to eat after reaching a certain level of strength, just needed to live from breathing spiritual energy between heaven and earth. And this guy laziness did not stop here. After discovering that cultivation was hard work, he used his genius to create a cultivation technique that allows him to both cultivate and fight while sleeping. This technique even allowed him to create a pseudo-domain around him that placed anyone near him into a state of utmost laziness or sloth. As for the women next to him, they were here to ensure that he could sleep peacefully, and if he ever decides to wake up, that they will take care of his daily needs. What made Wang Wei speechless was a very particular detailed information that he did not want to know how Wang Ju got. According to this information, the reason that these women like Suave Sloth so much was not because of his handsome face or because of any benefit, but because he was too lazy during sex that he allowed them to be on top and do most if not all the work. In this very patriarchal society, these women find this experience very liberating and free. They feel powerful and in control even more than having a high cultivation level. So they are drawn to him like metal to magnet. After sighing how wonderful and weird the cultivation world can be, he focused on the last person named Fan Li. This person actually received the inheritance of the Nether Emperor, or as he is more known for, the Insol Emperor. This emperor is a very interesting one as he suffered a terrible humiliation just after proving the Tao. Right after becoming a great emperor, he took the name Nether Emperor. However, some powerful being in the Nether Hell Forbidden Land did not like that he used that name. Then, a gigantic palm came from there and patted the Nether Emperor like a fly, almost killing him. The palm left the words, "Are you worthy of that name?" before leaving. After that, he was forced to change his name to Insol Emperor. As for Fan Li's ability, it involves controlling Yin energy in the surrounding environment to create zombies, spirits, ghosts, and the soul. It is rumored that this technique can even allow a cultivator to bring back the dead to life when one reaches the highest level. Unfortunately, this rumor has not been verified. Nevertheless, many people are interested in acquiring it. Given that this Fan Li is nothing but a lucky loose cultivator, many factions have started to eye his inheritance for their own. By the time Wang Wei had finished reviewing all this information, the third round of the tournament had begun, and all the seeded players had begun to take part in this trial. Chapter 238. After reading and reviewing all the information about the candidates that he needed to pay attention to, Wang Wei asked Wang Ju, "What's the situation with Fan Li?" Many people or factions are paying attention to him and his inheritance. After all, most cultivators have lost a loved one during their journey, and the possibility of losing one is very high. So, with this inheritance, it is the perfect chance for them to make up for their regrets. Additionally, including him into their factions will add an additional emperor scriptures to their own inheritance. So many people have plans to try to recruit him after the tournament even if they have to use force, replied Wang Ju. Wang Wei then nodded as he could guess that the Tao opening sect had similar strategy. Then, he dismissed her by ending the communication talisman. Then, he started to check his cultivation. Inside his divine sea, he saw 17 origin patterns in his ancient lamp and he nodded in satisfaction while thinking to himself, "One origin pattern per year is considered a fast cultivation process, so in another 33 years, I should reach the total 50 origin patterns needed before breaking through the divine body realm. However, given the fact that I have a transcendent Tao foundation and in order to increase the power of my true will, I will need to have more than 50 origin patterns. Meaning, while I cultivate the 51st origin pattern and up, most of my competitors will have reached the stage of breaking through higher realm. So, I need a little help to speed up the process." After that, he took out the spiritual milk from the calcify milk cave back in the sect and drank it to increase his cultivation speed. However, Wang Wei did not enter retreat this time, but focused on the third round that was taking place. In the secret realm of the tournament, while all these world-changing events were taking place, the seeded players were in their own residence. After the number of participants reached 100,000 from 500 million in the past 10 years, they received notifications that the third round would begin. Inside Li Jun residence, he suddenly opened his eyes from his state of meditation after receiving a talisman warning him of the beginning of the third round. After getting up, he put on his armor and held his spear in his hand. While doing some basic stretches, Li Jun suddenly sneezed twice. After frowning, he muttered to himself, "Who's talking bad things about me now? Could it be my linger? No, I have not done anything bad in the past decade. So, is it Big Brother Wang Wei? Is he blaming me for something again?" After that, he walked in front of an array that would teleport him to a certain part of the Secrum realm. While waiting, Li Jun started thinking about the rules of this round and the challenges he will face. According to the Academy's rule, the tournament is divided into 30 sectors, with each seeded players in charge of a sector. In the third round, these seeded players have to participate in eliminating as many people as possible until the number of participants is reduced from 100,000 to only 1,000 people. This round is important because this is the time that these seeded players have to show the reason they were chosen as such. So, throughout history, the third round has always been a cruel one, as most participants usually banded together to fight and kill these seeded players. So, if the seeded players are not strong enough or vigilant enough, they might be killed during this round, or forced to run for their lives and be humiliated in front of trillions of people. Be that as it may, this generation's heaven-chosen selection trial is different as many of the seeded players did not participate. That includes Wang Wei, Di Tian, Wu Hong, Lu Meixiu from the Herd-Raising Valley, Zhun Biu from the Five Elements Palace, and Feng Hang from the Tai Gate who left midway through. Additionally, there are people with strength similar to the seeded players like Mo Xingyun and Zhang Xian that do not hold this position due to the fact that they have remained low-key in the eyes of the public until the tournament began. Adding to that the few rising talents that appeared in the second rounds, the third round should be very exciting. Once the appropriate time arrived, Li Jun entered the formation and he was teleported to the section he was in charge of. The truth of the matter was that he was not worried about group fights given that one of his innate talent was perfectly suited for this occasion. However, Li Jun did not use it during the next 20 years that the third round lasted. He fought countless geniuses from all the world while honing his skills. More importantly, Li Jun was able to absorb the slaughter aura that enveloped the entire secret realm and increase his own strength. As a matter of fact, Li Jun was not the only one who used such tactics. Many of the powerful heaven-chosens like Ji Song, Lin Fan, or Su Ye did use their powerful innate talent or hidden cards as they were reserving it for when they met each other. Unfortunately for these heaven-chosens, things were not as simple as they first imagined. Due to the fact that many of the sections did not have a seeded player, the Emperor Enlightening Academy allowed the people in these sections to travel freely to other sections based on their choices. As a result of this, heaven-chosens in the top 10 lists created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion discovered that instead of having to fight thousands of people, some of them had to fight 5 to 7 times that number. Adding to the limitations of having to hide their hidden cards, this proved to be a harder task to accomplish, hence also the reason that this round took so long before finishing. Of course, this was not the main reason that these people were hiding their strength, to the point of going to the extreme in order to do so. The real reason being that they received news from their factions or sects about the ongoing battle between the Tao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy, and the fact that one of their competitors has orchestrated the entire thing. Knowing the general situation, many of them felt like participating in this tournament was kind of beneath them, or, to be precise, it should be. While they were fighting for the so-called glory of being the number one heaven chosen, Wang Wei, who was in the same generation as them, was doing things that influenced the world in an unimaginable scale. As absurd as it might sound, many of them felt like they were the younger generation, while people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong were of the older generation that considered tournaments like this to be an excellent way for the younger generation to show their progress to them. To many, this absurd feeling was unacceptable, especially given the culture of this world involving respecting the superior and elders, which has been deeply ingrained in the cultivating world society. Adding to that the fact that these seeded players who did not participate in the tournament can watch on the sideline and peek at their hidden cards, strengths, and abilities without revealing their own. These heaven-chosen know the advantage a person can have over another during battle due to information. Additionally, Feng Heng's news that he has awakened the Yinyang eyes has already spread throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world. As a result of this, his level of threat has been elevated from the middle or bottom of the heaven-chosen list to the level of Lin Fan, Su Ye and Jian Wushuang. Although the absolute beginning Dao art is not that famous due to the few people who managed to cultivate it, all these emperor lineages know that the ones that succeeded in doing so were extremely powerful and extraordinary. So, by the time that the final round arrived, the mentality of many of these heaven-chosens had greatly shifted. If it was not the fact that they all wanted access to the 3,000 Dao tablets, many of them would have forfeited the tournament midway through just like Feng Heng. Nevertheless, the majority of them have decided that they will keep their true strengths as hidden as possible. As for the spots for the tablets, as long as they acquire a spot in the top 30, it did not matter to them. Although the higher the ranking, the more time a participant can spend enlightening in front of the tablets, no one actually cared about this. These prideful heaven-chosens all had confidence in themselves that no matter how little time they have to spend inside, it will be more than enough. They believed that since people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, and Wu Hong can give up access to the Dao tablets, they can spend a little less time than necessary to still achieve their goals, as they do not believe that they are in any way inferior to these three. Of course, not everyone felt this way. For example, Lin Fan. He wanted to show the world that his low background did not matter by taking the first place of this tournament. As for the Dao tablets, as the true disciple of the Emperor Enlightening Academy, he had access to them any time he wanted, so he did not really care. So, when the final round began, many odd behaviors were noticed by the viewers. Chapter 239. Wang Wei experienced many things during the 2 decades that the third round took place. For once, he learned a great deal about his fellow competitors. Although these people decided no to use all their strengths, Wang Wei still learned a great deal about them, like their response time, are they more efficient in close combat or using spells from afar, and their preferences during certain situations. All this information is useful to determine a battle at peak level. Another thing he discovered was the fact that hiding their strengths actually helped these people a great deal during the past 10 years. With the constant fighting while placing limitations on themselves, many of them like Ji Song, Su Ye, Jian Wushuang and Lin Fan honed their skills to perfection amidst the constant slaughter and ambush. Moreover, their cultivation speed did not decrease as the constant fighting was perfect for breaking through in battle, as well as the fact that the secret realm is designed to help the participants cultivate faster. Adding to that, all of them experienced a fortunate encounter, as the secret realm of the trial was full of other secret realms with inheritance or lucky chances inside. Unfortunately, the tournament did broadcast the specific of these fortunate encounters, so he did not know what benefits these people received. Nevertheless, he did notice that Ji Song was very strange after one of his encounters, so he took note of it. Meanwhile, on the world level, the war between the Dao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has not stopped for even a moment. Although the public opinion battle was not as intense as before, these two factions keep trying to ruin the other's reputation and prestige. Unfortunately, the mortals that were usually ignored by cultivators unless it was time to recruit disciples became the main target of these groups. Although, at first the mortals felt that it was nice to finally feel valuable to the cultivating world, soon things reached the point that they realized that they were just being used for some purpose by these cultivators. Of course, these thoughts were only realized by the noble or scholar of the mortal world that have access to knowledge, as the majority of them spend all of their lives in a farm, trying to survive one winter after another. As for the cultivating world, many people felt that something big was about to happen, and these past 20 years were nothing but the calm before the storm. On a personal level, Wang Wei has made tremendous progress in his strength. The number of origin patterns in his ancient lamp reached 67 from 17, thus proving that he had surpassed the limit of 50. His good fortune flame burned brighter than any he had ever seen or recorded, yet he knew that it was still not enough for him to break through the primordial spirit realm. Nevertheless, it was still a powerful hidden card in case he encountered a desperate measure. He would not hesitate to use his flame. As a result of this limit breakthrough, he felt that the power of his true will had dramatically increased. Nevertheless, he always had a feeling that there was more to this true will ability, that he did not know how to properly use it, or use to the fullest of its potential. He wanted to ask Wu Hong, but he did not want her to get in trouble again. Plus, he enjoyed the process of slowly figuring it out as it made it easier for him to control and use. Of course, the greatest progress that he made was his fleshly body. With the constant tempering from the divine punishment thunder, his muscles were finally tempered to great perfection and beyond, and he awakened a new ability. His new ability was not that impressive. To be precise, it was a common one, the ability to break through space and teleport. Once a cultivator reaches the Void Shatter realm, they can use the power of law to do the same things, so it was a very common thing. Of course, based on the strength, talent, and law cultivated, the distance and amount of space that they can control will vary. Now, his fleshly body granted him these powers in advance along with the ability to survive in empty space without any need for origin essence or spiritual energy. Additionally, all his other fleshly body abilities also evolved, his raw strength increasing to a few trillion tons. After reaching that level of strength, Wang Wei's geeky side from his past life got the best of him, so he wanted to try something. It was something he saw in a Superman comic when he was young. So, he asked True Monarch Yen Chun to create a few planets for him. Then with a massive chain, he started to carry them around and lifted weights with them, recreating that panel in the comic. After seeing this, True Monarch Yen Chun commented that this was a good way for body refiners to train themselves, complimenting Wang Wei on his ingenuity, which made him embarrassed as he just wanted to look cool. So, he played it calmly and pretended that the purpose of him doing this in the first place was to properly train himself. Of course, the reason that Wang Wei's strength grew so rapidly was not because he just tempered his muscle to great perfection, but also because he finally tempered his internal organs and absorbed the materials needed for them during these past 30 years. In order to accelerate the rate of tempering and refinement, he did not listen to Wu Hong and allowed the divine punishment thunder to enter and ravage his internal organs. Then, he swallowed saint pills like heart growth pill, lung regeneration pill, and other pill-specific pills that helped regrow internal organs like they were candy. Thus, using his old method of destruction and rebirth, he greatly accelerated the process. Of course, Wu Hong discovered this, and she was not that surprised as she knew him better than himself. Not long after he started doing so, she showed up and helped him. She sealed up and removed all the hidden injuries such extreme level of cultivation left behind inside his body. Of course, although she did not say anything about him breaking his words, she displayed the fact that she was not happy by not talking to him for 6 months. Beside helping him with his injury, she never said a single word to him even during the process. Even using his shameless tactic did not work this time. Then, at some point, she said to him while directly looking through his eyes, his soul, "I understand that you are under a lot of pressure, but you have to understand that you still have a lot of time and room to grow. There is no need to push yourselves to this extreme, otherwise it will be counterproductive." After hearing this, Wang Wei finally understood that his behavior was a little too extreme and out of character for him that likes to be cautious and well-prepared for doing things. After doing a self-reflection, he realized that the reason he was rushing to increase his strength so much was because of his encounter with Di Tian. Ever since he met that guy, his intuition has been acting intensely, always warning him of the upcoming danger. More importantly, no matter how much his strength increased, his intuition as a warrior kept telling him that this guy was more powerful than him. So, he pushed himself beyond his limits, but that feeling never left him. However, after hearing Wu Hong's words, he realized that had been too focused behind the strongest heaven chosen. At this point of time, beyond the strongest did not mean anything, as all of them were just weak cultivators in the supernatural realm. Even if some of them could fight many realms above their stage, it did change the fact that they were still in the 4th stage of cultivation, thus having plenty room for growth and development. So, it did not truly matter who was the strongest at this stage. The title of the strongest only mattered during the heaven will battle, as that person will be the one to sit on that throne. After coming to this realization, Wang Wei's state of mind sublimated. Then he reigned in his extreme cultivation method after thanking Wu Hong. His parents and elders in the sect had said similar things to him, but somehow he never listened to their words. However, Wu Hong seemed to have a way to get through his stubborn personality, an ability which greatly upset his mother, Yu Yan, for not having. Wang Wei even heard that she was very unhappy at the fact that her son listened to his companion, but did not listen to her. Wang Wei asked her why she was upset with him instead of Wu Hong, and Yu Yan replied that he could not compare to her. He then realized that his place as the favorite of the family was slowly being replaced by Wu Hong, and he was not happy about it. Nevertheless, despite all the family, he still managed to temper 3 of his organs and absorbed the materials necessary. Chapter 240. The 3 organs that Wang Wei tempered with and absorbed the necessary material are the liver, kidney, and lung. As for the materials needed, they are based on the 5 elements. The lung represents metal, the kidney stands for water, and the liver for wood. According to the 5 elements theory, metal, lung, promotes water, kidney, water promotes wood, liver. The process will continue until a cycle of promoting and restraining occur to achieve a state of balance. Unfortunately, Wang Wei does not have the remaining 2 materials yet, the reason being that his requirements or the sex requirements were very high. In order to give Wang Wei the best possible advantage, the Tao opening sect chose innate treasures of heaven and earth to allow him to refine his fleshly body. Innate treasures are a very special type or quality of material. In some ways, they are even more powerful and rare than emperor-level materials. According to the little information that cultivators have in the first few eras that existed in the myriad emperor world, during the Chaos era, the world was just formed and thus inhabitable by any kind of living beings, whether living or non-living, both organic and non-organic. However, back then, the world did not have spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but chaos chi, which is a vastly superior form of energy. After the world was completed and heavenly Tao perfected the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, the primordial era began. In that era, chaos chi was degraded into innate chi. Although chaos chi still existed in the environment, compared to the unlimited amount that existed in the previous era, it was nothing. Nevertheless, the life forms that started to appear in the primordial era still benefited from the baptizing of both chaos chi and innate chi. As a result of this, the majority of life born in that period were referred to as primordial gods or innate demons, and they were extremely powerful. Their fleshly bodies were extremely powerful, to the point of using stars as snacks and worlds as balls to play games with. They were born with extremely terrifying bloodlines granting them unimaginable divine abilities, 2 things that cultivators of modern time know for sure about these beings. They were extremely large in size and they were all born with a very high cultivation realm. The weakest of them had the strength of void-shattered realm, while the strongest of them reached the level of great emperors, and that was at birth. Many cultivators theorized that the cultivation system of these beings was extremely different from modern times. Due to the fact that the majority of them were born so powerful, they did not need to breathe chi from heaven and earth. All they had to do was understand the laws of heaven and earth in order to reach a higher level of strength. Another speculation of modern cultivators is the fact that since these powerful beings were born with different levels of strength, their society was strictly hierarchical, even worse than modern time. The higher the strength one of these gods were born with, the higher their talents, status, and opportunity to grow and develop. A primordial god born with Void Shatter realm strength had absolutely no chance to ever surpass one born with Saint realm strength, not to mention the higher ones. Of course, there are many things that still puzzled cultivators through this time regarding those eras. There is sufficient evidence to prove that humans existed in the primordial era. So, people always wondered how humans appear, survive, and even became the leader of this world in the beginning Emperor era, given that these primordial gods and innate demons. From the records still left from that era, humans have always been a weak and pitiful race, so this was a mystery that cultivators often wonder about. Many people theorized that humans were the descendants of primordial gods, while demons were the descendants of innate demons, given that these primordial gods looked exactly like them, and the innate demons also looked like the demon race. As for the rise of the human race, many people attributed it to the first great emperor of the myriad emperor world, the heaven-opening emperor. The truth of the matter is that many of the theories or conjectures of modern cultivators are correct, while a few were wrong. The truth of the matter is that these primordial gods and innate demons were indeed born extremely large, extremely powerful. Their society was indeed strictly hierarchical, as the oldest of them were usually the most powerful and have the highest status. One ability that these creatures had was the fact that they were all immortals. With the constant bathing in both chaos chi and innate chi, none of them had to worry about their lifespans, so they mostly focused on cultivating. Additionally, as creatures born from heaven and earth, meaning they were not created through procreation, they were considered perfect beings. So, unlike humans and even demons, the concept of conflict and fighting was a very rare thing in their society or civilization. Despite the strict hierarchy, no one actually complained or became envious, as they understood that they were the children of heaven and earth, and that their strengths and talents were granted to them, so they should just be happy or content for what they were given. And if someone wanted to change his or her status, all they had to do was work hard on enlightening the laws between heaven and earth and increase their strengths. Unfortunately, such peaceful and quiet civilizations did not last long. With the passage of time, these primordial gods and innate demons discovered that the chaos chi and innate chi were slowly decreasing. By the middle of the primordial era, the number of chaos chi existing was so rare that it could be counted in two hands. As for the innate chi, it was slowly degrading. As such, the members of their races became very difficult to be born naturally. And the ones that were created were extremely weak, as they did not even have the power of law at birth. In other words, primordial gods with strength lower than the Void Shatter realm were starting to be born. The leaders of the primordial god race and innate demons race decided to use procreation in order to increase the number of their races, and this tactic worked for a while. By strictly controlling who the members of their races can have as partners, or example, a primordial god born with supreme realm strength can only mate with someone of similar status or birth, their races strived for a period of time. Unfortunately, this measure could not save these powerful races. Although their offspring were unimaginably powerful and gifted, it was still very difficult for them to reproduce due to their strength. The laws of heaven and earth do now allow powerful beings to mate as easily as weak ones. Otherwise, the balance of nature would be broken. So, by the end of the primordial era, the innate chi between heaven and earth has turned into acquired chi or spiritual chi that is present in modern time. Of course, the quantity back then could not even be fathomed by current cultivators. A genius like Wang Wei has to spend 5 years to reach the 12th layer of body refining realm. But back in the primordial era, a normal person with average talent would only take 10 months. A genius would take a month, and a heaven-defying genius like Wang Wei would take 3 to 4 days. Nevertheless, spiritual chi was an abomination for these primordial gods and innate demons. Forget the fact that it could not give birth to their races. Now, many of them discovered that they had to start worrying about lifespan. This was horrible news for them, but good news for the human race. After the first ray of acquired chi appeared between heaven and earth, a new race was created, the human race. After these primordial races discovered humans, they marveled at how weak they were compared to them. They did have any form of cultivation, they were tiny and died after only 300 years. Even the aura leaked out of their weakest member could easily annihilate these humans. The majority of them left humans alone, while others decided to keep them as pets or study them, especially their rapid reproductive abilities. The human race's life back then was neither good nor bad. It was basically based on the personality of the races that took them. For the most part, life was good for most human tribes. Unfortunately, that did not last long. After calculating the secrets of heaven and earth, the leaders of the primordial gods and innate demons calculated the eventual destruction of their races and the rise of the human race. They discovered that humans were the chosen race assigned by Heavenly Tao to lead the myriad emperor world, even though it was not called such by then. Chapter 241. Obviously, the leaders of these powerful races would never allow such a tragedy to happen. So despite their peaceful nature, they decided to annihilate the human races and prevent their rise. Now, given that the human races survived and the primordial gods and innate demons are nowhere to be found in the myriad emperor world except for a few remains or the blood earth forbidden land, obviously they did not succeed in their endeavor. As for what truly occurred, that is something that Wang Wei will discover for himself one day in the distant future. Back to the present. The reason that innate treasures were mentioned was because they are treasures born from heaven and earth back in the primordial era through the baptism of chaos chi and innate chi. Only a few of them remained in the world, and only a few of the very ancient sects that existed back in the ancient emperor era still have some of them available in their reserves. As for Wang Wei, he used the wood essence, which is an innate treasure that contains a tremendous amount of vitality to refine his liver. As a matter of fact, the vitality inside is enough to heal a great emperor on the verge of death. Additionally, this material will also help the next part that he is going to have to temper, his blood. He used a drop of karmic washing water to refine his kidney. According to records, this karmic washing water is said to have the ability to wash away a person's karma in vast quantities. However, this rumor has never been verified due to the scarcity of this material remaining throughout the world. Otherwise, this innate treasure would be seen by so many factions that it would be ridiculous. With it, they will not need the help of a great emperor in order to wash away their karmas. Their disciples will not have to seal themselves for countless generations to be eligible to fight for the next heaven will battle after one failure, or being born at the wrong time. These two innate materials were the only ones that the Tao opening sect had in their possession relating to the 5 elements. As for the third one that Wang Wei used, it was traded by the Great Zhou imperial dynasty in exchange for Jisong to enter the pagoda trials. It was called the root metal qi, and as the name implies, this qi is considered by all cultivators as the source or origin of all metal, both normal and spiritual, in the myriad emperor world. Wang Wei remembered that after he received that material, his father had a very long and deep envious look on his face. The reason being that this innate qi was the perfect material to create a sword. According to him, this thing was the dream material of every swordsman, as they could create the ultimate sword with it. It took Wang Tian a great deal of effort not to secretly steal that material and not tell his son of its existence in the first place. As for the remaining 2 materials that he needed, he had to search for them himself. However, he was not worried that he would not find any innate treasure, as he knew that some still existed in secret realms that had not been discovered. As long as he activates his ability to become a son of destiny, he believes that he will find 2 innate materials related to earth and fire. However, he really does not want to use this ability. From his knowledge, he knew that Sons of Destiny was essentially granted by the will of the world, or to be specific, heavenly Tao. The reason is always because the world is facing some kind of danger, and heavenly Tao needed someone to save it. Laws of heaven and earth are fair and absolute, so no one, including a Son of Destiny, can escape the restraints of karma. So, although their title as Son of Destiny grants them heaven-defying luck or fortune, they are also required to pay a certain price for it. Furthermore, after these Sons of Destiny repay their karma and save the world that granted them such a position, usually they will be rewarded with tremendous luck for their future, then have their title taken away from them, meaning that being a Son of Destiny is nothing but a temporary job with great benefit. However, this is not always the case. Sometimes the person chosen as Son of Destiny does not agree very well with heavenly Tao. As such, after they accomplish their tasks, they will be left with nothing after their title is taken away. The fate of these people are usually very miserable. Without powerful qi luck to protect, the majority of them who have developed the idea that they can do what they want and will still survive ended up dying due to their own stupidity. The only way that someone can become a Son of Destiny without the help of heavenly Tao was to conquer the world, then gather the qi luck of the entire world, condensed it and baptized yourself with it. This is essentially a process of transforming earthly luck to heavenly luck. This is basically how Sun Jiaolong became the Son of Destiny through the human destiny sword. Back to the present. After the 3rd round slaughter ended, all the participants left the secret realm that the previous rounds took place. Given that the final round is a fighting competition 1 against 1, it will take place in the massive stadium in the academy. However, before everything began, the 1,000 remaining participants had a few months off before the start of the competition. During this time, they can either stay in their own residence in the academy, they can visit the academy cities or domain, or they can temporarily return to their own sect. It all depends on their own choice. Inside one of the academy's residences, all the formation were activated, and Fan Li was walking side to side while muttering to himself, "I will be safe for a while inside the academy while everyone is looking for me. After the tournament, as long as I get one of the top 30 spots and place my name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book, I will not be able to be killed until the primordial spirit realm. Mei Ming, I have a few thousand years of safety. The problem now is what I should do after that. Should I just join one of these factions? So, which one? Damn these emperor lineages. When I had nothing, none of them wanted to accept me due to my low talent. Now that I have an emperor scripture of my own, suddenly I turn into the most delicious piece of meat. So, curse those hypocrites. No, I should curse myself for being so stupid. I should have known that showing that I had the Een Soul Emperor's inheritance would bring me so much trouble. After all, the rumors that his scripture can bring the dead back to life has been circulating around the world for countless millennia. Then, Fan Li started to walk faster. The more he thought about the situation, the more anxious he became. Sweats started appearing in his forehead despite the fact that such physiological function should not appear on a cultivator in the supernatural realm, and one that cultivates an emperor-grade technique. Maybe I should find a way to secretly leave the myriad emperor world after entering the primordial spirit realm and lay low until the heaven will battle. However, where can a loose cultivator like me have the ability to travel to other planes? Maybe I should contact the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. No, these people are the same as those emperor lineage hypocrites. They will still ask me to hand over my inheritance. Curse you, Een Soul Emperor. Why couldn't you leave me other resources to cultivate? Why leave me just an inheritance? What's with all this bullshit about not relying on others, about being self-sufficient? Have you seen any of these heaven-chosens not relying on their background to acquire and utilize massive resources? Have you seen any of them being self-reliant and self-sufficient? As a loose cultivator who became a great emperor, you should aware of the struggle and discrimination that we have to suffer through in this world. So, why couldn't you just leave plenty of resources for me to cultivate? Fan Li started to pull his hair and he screamed out loud. His footsteps echoed in the room as he paced back and forth, worries oozing out his pores. What to do, what to do, what to do? He muttered non-stop to himself as if some magical answer would appear to him. Well, it did. You can hand over the scripture in your possession, or I can take it from the cold hand of your core, said another cold and indifferent voice from inside of the heavily protected room. Chapter 242. Fan Li turned his head with great shock in his face when he saw a young man with white hair and cold and ruthless eyes staring at him like a predator on the hunt. He looked around and discovered that all the formations in his residence were still working properly, so he wondered how this person entered his room. After taking a brief moment to calm himself down, he realized who was standing in front of him. So he stuttered, D. Tian? The two most famous heaven-chosens of this generation are Wang Wei and Tian, and both of them have very distinct and recognizable features. One had gray hair, while the other had white hair. How did you enter my room? Asked Fan Li while pretending to be calm and collected. This is the site of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. If you do not want your D family to have any conflict with the Academy, please leave my room as soon as possible and I will pretend that nothing happened here. However, Tian still had a cold and ruthless look on his face. Then, a powerful killing intent enveloped the room, making Fan Li breathless. There is no need to use these low-level threats against me, nor is it useful for you Arostall for time. I can also tell you no matter what happens inside this room, no one will be the wiser. So, either hand over the Een Soul scripture voluntarily and you may have a chance to survive or suffer the consequences. Fan Li's face became very ugly after hearing this, so he thought about the situation for a moment. Then he made his decision. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic ghost appeared in front of him. The ghost had bronze skin, was more than 6 meters tall, and had ox for a head and very muscular human body. Then, Fan Li fused with the ghost general that he summoned. However, this was not the end. A powerful energy suddenly appeared inside the room and fused with Fan Li's new form. His skin then turned pale and his height grew by another 4 meters. An army composed of countless ghosts appeared behind him. These ghosts looked very creepy as most of them were pale in complexion and had some sort of animal for a head. Unfortunately for Fan Li, due to the limitation of space, the amount of ghosts he could summon was somewhat limited. However, he had another way to get around this problem. Without hesitation, he activated his innate talent, ghost swallowing. After opening his mouth, Fan Li started to eat these ghosts like they were a delicious snack from a well-known restaurant. More importantly, these ghosts did not resist. On the contrary, they seemed to be excited to be a part of Fan Li. It was like they were sailors lost at sea for countless years and were excited to return to land, to return to their home. As Fan Li swallowed ghosts, his body size continued to increase. From the origin's 10 meters, it quickly rose to 15 meters, only stopping once he reached a height of 25 meters. Be that as it may, during the entire process, Tian still had the cold look in his face like the whole world owed him a large sum of money. He did not stop Fan Li's action as if it was inconsequential to him. The Yin Soul scripture can indeed create a small world full of Yin energy, and it seemed to be connected directly to samsara. Maybe this trip will be rewarding, thought Tian to himself. Tian, today your arrogance will make you suffer. You should have never allowed me to reach my final form. Now go die, roared Fan Li as he threw a powerful punch. Boom! The entire room trembled, seeming as if it was about to be destroyed. The shockwave created by the attack started to spread from the room to the entire manor. Fortunately, all the formations activated themselves and reinforced everything and even prevented the outside from noticing what was happening inside. After that powerful attack, Fan Li had a horrified look on his face as he watched his punch hit Tian. But not a single scratch appeared on him. Not even his clothes were damaged. What made Fan Li more scared was the fact that he did not sense any spiritual qi or origin essence used. How could your fleshly body be so powerful? Asked Fan Li while trembling and with a shaking voice. However, Tian ignored his question. Is that it? Now it's my turn. Then he randomly threw a normal punch. Boom! Fan Li's left arm was completely annihilated. Boom! Fan Li's right arm was also destroyed. Boom! Boom! Fan Li's remaining limbs were crushed. He then laid on the ground with only his upper torso left intact. Blood was scattered all over the room, and Fan Li was whining in pain on the floor. He felt painful and humiliated. His opponent just used a few random punches and his most powerful form was completely annihilated. He did not expect that Tian's fleshly body was so powerful. According to the information he knows, only Wang Wei had such a powerful fleshly body amongst all the top heaven chosens. Even Ji Song, who had the heavy axe physique, which was a physique known for the strength of its fleshly body, could barely compete with Wang Wei. And that information was outdated. As a matter of fact, Fan Li battled with Ji Song during the third round of the tournament. Using this form, he was able to give the Heaven Chosen a fair fight solely based on his fleshly body. Of course, after Ji Song had some kind of fortunate encounter, he lost easily when he fought him again. However, he never felt such despair when facing another member of his peers. Who are you? Asked Fan Li. In his mind, he could not imagine not a member of the younger generation would be so powerful. While Fan Li was waiting for the answer, the ghosts inside his body started to regenerate all his limbs, bones, and muscles. According to his calculation, he will need at least 3 hours to be back to normal. However, as long as he regained a certain level of battle strength, he could escape this room through the Yin world that his cultivation technique granted him. Unfortunately for Fan Li, Tian did not talk any nonsense to him. He walked towards, with a wave of his hand. A black light flew from his hand and entered Fan Li's body, following which, a mournful scream echoed throughout the entire manor. This scream contained the power to destroy anyone with a weak soul. Luckily, Fan Li was very paranoid recently, so he fired all the maids and servants that were inside the manor to serve him. After the scream, all the ghosts inside Fan Li's body felt a terrible fear deep in their souls. So, without hesitation, they left his body and returned to the underworld. The only left was the ghost general. Tian then placed his hand on top of Fan Li's head, grabbed his soul and removed it from his body. His soul looked exactly like the ghost general. Without pause, Tian ripped the soul into two. However, it was not to destroy it, but to separate them. He then looked at the floating cloud on his left side, and the small ghost general on his right. With a fierce look, the ghost general disappeared, leaving Fan Li's soul to fend for himself. He then looked at Fan Li's soul remaining in his hand. He mobilized his terrifying divine sense and started searching Fan Li's memories. Although the latter tried to resist, his soul strength was nothing compared to Dtion. To be honest, it was not even close to comparison. It was like comparing a flame on a candle to a quasar, the brightest thing in the universe. Well, to mortal scientists. After a few seconds of searching, Dtion had a frown on his face as he discovered a powerful seal in Fan Li's memory regarding the knowledge about the Een Soul Scripture. Furthermore, the level of the seal reached the Great Emperor level. Although with a certain amount of time, Dtion knew that he could break that seal, but he could guess that it would instantly destroy Fan Li's soul before he could get what he wanted. You could either write the scripture down and hand over to me, or you can experience the pain of your soul burning for eternity. After saying that, a strange silver-white flame appeared in his hand, right under Fan Li's soul. Soon afterward, a scream could be heard coming from the latter. Less than an hour afterwards, Dtion had a scripture in his hand and read it, while Fan Li's soul had returned to his body. However, without the ghosts to heal him, he was on the verge of dying. "I have given you what you want. Please let me live," said Fan Li with a pleading look on his face. However, Dtion ignored him as he continued to read the scripture. At first he had a gleam of joy deep in his eyes. However, as time passed, a deep frown suddenly appeared on his face. Then, a black and white light appeared from his hand, shattering the scripture into countless tiny pieces smaller than sand. "Damn! It's useless," cursed Dtion out loud. He then looked at Fan Li, his eyes turning deep black. Fan Li opened his mouth to say something, but his head suddenly exploded before he could say anything. Even his soul was completely annihilated, preventing him from entering reincarnation. As for Dtion, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. A half-arc pendant suddenly appeared in his hand, and he caressed it with the utmost affection while looking at it. "I should have known things would not be that simple. However, Ninger, you do not need to worry. This time I will be successful. We will finally be reunited. Plus, Chapter 243. After Dtion calmed himself down, he slowly walked out of Fan Li's residence while thinking to himself, although this Een Soul Scripture can truly bring the dead back to life from the cycle of samsara, it is no help to me to revive Ninger, meaning I still have to continue with my original plan. However, this scripture can help me greatly increase my 9 samsara fist, thus increase my strength and ensure that my plans go smoothly. After walking out of the residence, no one actually discovered him, so he walked in the direction of a hidden corner. There, someone with a hood was waiting for him. As soon as the hooded figure saw Dtion, he knelt on the floor before saying, "Sleeper code name White Wolf has seen the Lord. It is an honor to be able to serve you again in this reincarnation." "White Wolf," said Dtion, "I remember you and your son have served as sleepers for many years. He was very talented, so how is he doing?" "My lord, unfortunately, he reached his limit in the last reincarnation, so his soul was annihilated. However, he was glad to serve you for so long." Dtion sighed. Then he said after a brief moment of pause, "I am afraid only a few of the original members still exist to this day. Well, I can't blame them. Even I am starting to reach my limit." "My lord, there is no need to say such ill-fated words. I believe that you will succeed in this generation. We all believe in you." "Okay, this is not the time to be sentimental," replied Dtion. "There will be no problem on the Emperor Enlightening Academy side, right?" "No worry, my lord. I have garnered the trust of Headmaster Baihan and belong to the faction that absolutely supports him. Additionally, I have made sure that all clues lead to another teacher, so there will be no problem." "That's good. Now, you can return to your position in the academy." The next day, a maid came to Fan Li's residence to give him his resources. Although he was recently very paranoid, Fan Li did not completely cut out access to the outside world. As an outer member of the academy and one as talented as him, he will receive a certain amount of resources to aid in his cultivation every week. After the maid arrived in front of his residence, she waited for him to open the formation and send the resources inside like usual, but nothing happened. After waiting for the entire day with no response, the maid left and reported the situation to the higher-ups of the academy. However, given the recent pressure on Fan Li due to so many people eyeing his inheritance, the academy figured that he might be hiding for a while, so they visited him personally to reassure him and used the precious resources to lure him on their side. Nevertheless, there was no response. Thinking that Fan Li did not accept their solicitation, the academy did not say anything but kept sending one teacher to try to contact him daily. However, 3 weeks passed by and Fan Li never came out of his residence. It was then that the teacher in charge of the situation finally felt that something was wrong. It was one thing for Fan Li to reject their solicitation, but to just himself inside the room just like this without interacting with others, something must be wrong. If it was any other time, the teacher might have thought that he was deep in mediation and was cultivating, but the tournament was a few days away, but there was no news from him. So, on a whim, the teacher went to check Fan Li's soul lamp as he had one like many of the outer members of the academy. This was a symbolic act to show that the outer members were truly part of the academy despite the wanton discrimination they faced daily. After checking the soul lamp, the teacher discovered to his surprise and horror that Fan Li was dead. So, he immediately went to report to Bai Han, who gave a secret order to forcefully open the formations in the residence. Unfortunately for him, Fan Li was secretly being watched by so many spy agencies that the academy's actions were instantly discovered. As such, news of Fan Li's death soon traveled throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world. Cultivators from different factions started to wonder how he died, who killed him, and more importantly, who had the Ein Soul scripture in their hands now. Then all eyes were on the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Since Fan Li died inside one of their residences, under their protection, the greatest suspicions fell on them. After all, they are the only people capable of entering Fan Li's residence without anyone noticing. After coming to this conclusion, many other factions accused the Academy of playing foul by secretly killing Fan Li for his inheritance. In their statement, they argued that it was all right if Fan Li chose to join the Academy on his own accord, but secretly killing him to take the inheritance is a vile move condemned by all the other factions. As such, the Academy should give a proper explanation to the world. Dao opening sex residence in the Academy. Wang Wei, who had left his cultivation retreat to watch the final round of the tournament, was sitting inside a room with Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju. After reading the information handed to him regarding Fan Li's fate, he said, "So, someone got there before us?" "I am afraid that is correct, young master," replied Wang Ju. Wang Wei then frowned as he thought about the situation. According to his original plan, he was going to use the array virus to secretly enter Fan Li's residence and acquire the Ein Soul scripture. He was very interested in this kind of powerful technique, especially with the ability to bring the dead back to life. Although Wang Wei did not have a person who he needed to bring back to death, it would be better to prepare just in case something bad happened in the future. Not to mention the fact that even if he did not have any use for the scripture, his family might need it, especially his grandfather, Wang Chong. Although his grandfather never mentioned his grandmother, Wang Wei could tell that he sometimes missed her greatly. Maybe he would want to revive her. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, the array virus was still in the early stage of development, so it still had many defects and limitations. For one, it could not work on heaven-grade formations, which was exactly the grade of the formations in Fan Li's residence. Knowing the situation, Wang Wei planned to use the array virus to temporarily stop the formation for a brief moment, then taking the opportunity to enter. Unfortunately, before the virus was developed to the point of executing his plan, someone got inside before him. "Big brother, do you think that the Emperor Enlightening Academy is the one that killed him, just like the rumors said?" asked Li Jun. "Not likely," replied Yan Liling instead. "Given the current situation of the Academy, and with the whole world watching, they should know that doing something to Fan Li would cause them a great deal of trouble, even further ruin their reputation." "Not necessarily. If they manage to acquire his inheritance, the Academy would have 9 Emperor scriptures tying with our Dao opening sect. This is incentive enough for them to take the risk," replied Li Jun. Both of them had excellent points, but Wang Wei was leaning more on Yan Liling's side. For some reason, after hearing this news, The picture of the white-haired young man who left a lasting impression on him appeared inside his mind. He had a feeling that he was the one responsible for this despite not having any evidence. The question now is, why did he take the scripture? Could it be just like him, he wanted to have it just in case? Or did he have someone precious to him that he wanted to revive? Wang Wei was a little frustrated as he did not have much information to go with. So, after taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he looked at all of them before saying, "It does not matter whether the academy did it or not, as we can use this situation to our advantage. Wang Ju, tell my father to increase the rumors that the academy killed Fan Li for his inheritance. This should be very beneficial to our plans." "No problem, young master." After that, Wang Wei looked at Li Jun. "Are you ready for the final round? You do need to worry, big brother. I guarantee you a spot on the top 30 with no problem. It's good that you are confident, but be careful." "Why?" "Well, I doubt that the academy would let you easily enter the top 30 knowing that I want the token to enter the secret realm of the Dao tablets." "Are you saying that the academy would cheat?" asked Li Jun with an incredible look on his face. Despite how terrible the academy's reputation is currently, he knew that it was just his big brother who smeared their names. Although the academy is not full of saints and has done many terrible things, compared to many other factions, they are relatively fair, especially when it comes to the heaven-chosen selection trial. The academy would never cheat. At least, there has never been a discovered case of cheating for millions of years. "I do not know," replied Wang Wei. "All I'm saying is that you should be more careful just in case." Li Jun nodded as he took these words to heart. He will be vigilant during all his matches. After seeing his little brother's change in attitude, Wang Wei secretly nodded in satisfaction. "Well, if there is nothing to be further discussed, you call all leave. I have a date with the most beautiful woman in the world waiting for me." "Big brother, do you have a date with Shishir?" yelled Li Jun in surprise. "You cannot do that, Wu Hong's sister-in-law." Wang Wei looked at him with a speechless look, then smacked him in his head. "What Shishir? I'm talking about Wu Hong." "Oh," said Li Jun while scratching his head, and an embarrassment on his face. As he looked through the corner of his eyes, he saw Yen Liling gave him a look. Instantly, he could understand what that look meant. You, of all people, should not be talking about being faithful. So he smiled wryly without looking at her. Chapter 244. A meeting of the upper echelons took place after news of Fan Li's death spread out quicker than any wildfires. All the teachers had a frown on their faces, rendering the atmosphere in the room quite somber and dreary. "How is the situation?" asked Headmaster Baihan after a while, finally breaking the silence and starting the meeting. "As bad as one would expect," replied the teacher in charge of gathering information for the academy. "The rumors that we killed Fan Li for his inheritance have dramatically increased. No doubt that the people of the Dao opening sect are using this opportunity to further ruin our reputation. On top of that, many factions have started to ask our academy for an explanation, putting pressure on us." "So, what if they ask us for an explanation?" said one teacher. "Since when has our academy ever been afraid of anyone? In many situations this might be the case, but when all of them have the opportunity to ally to fight against us, adding the possibility that the Dao opening sect might join in the situation, there is really nothing we can do at this point. On top of that, many of our allies have started to doubt us, thinking that we are selfish for taking the inheritance for ourselves without giving them any benefits, even though they supported us during our lowest point. Some of them have even threatened to stop supporting us if we do not give them a proper explanation." After hearing this explanation, a collective sigh could be heard inside the meeting room. This sigh symbolized all the grievances that these teachers have suffered in the past few decades. They wanted to lash out, but could not find a person or thing to lash out to, especially the person truly responsible for all their pain and suffering. After a few seconds of silence, Headmaster Baihan asked, "Is there any good news at all?" "Well, the only good news is the fact that no sect or faction has brought the possibility of an Emperor Dao war so far. Despite the rising tension, everything seemed to be under certain control. To be honest, Headmaster, I find this fact very disturbing. It was as if everybody was waiting for something, but I do not know what exactly. All the teachers had a serious look on their faces after hearing this. They did not doubt this teacher's words, as he was in charge of not just gathering information for the academy, but analyzing them as well. And until the recent events, he had been excellent at his job. He had been with the headmaster since they were young, and in many of his confrontations with the shadow of the Tao opening sect, his information has granted Bai Han many advantages over Wang Tian. As for Bai Han, he too believed in his agent's words, but since they could not discover any concrete evidence, nor was there any speculation of what truly was going on, he had to move on. Keep a lookout for any sudden change in the situation. Now, what about how the person who killed Fan Li? Do we have any clues whatsoever, especially how that person managed to disarm all the formations? The information-gathering teacher looked in a certain direction for a brief moment before answering the question. There lied a group of teachers that had strongly disagreed with Bai Han's decision to rig the competition. Ever since that event, there has been a little rift among the upper echelons of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. One of our teachers opened the formation for someone else. After an investigation, we discovered that the teacher had committed suicide while leaving a note claiming that the people of the Tao opening sect forced him. However, after betraying the academy, he felt ashamed of his actions, so he killed himself to atone for his sins. Was that person controlled? And how reliable is this suicide note? Asked Bai Han with a heavy tone. After our investigation, we could not determine whether he was under any spell or origin artifacts, as his soul was annihilated. As for the note, there was no sign of tampering, meaning that the note was indeed written by the teacher. However, this note means nothing, replied Bai Han. Even if we were to announce it to the public, they will just think that we were trying to frame the Tao opening sect to get out of this sticky situation. Not to mention the fact that whoever did this is trying to further increase our conflict with the Tao opening sect. So, our academy lost a Saint Realm powerhouse. Our reputation was further tarnished, and the whole world appeared to be our enemy. Yet we cannot do anything about it? Asked one teacher. The room was once again covered by a depressing silence. The fact that what that person said was true and the fact that he stated such a fact as plainly and straightforward as possible made the entire situation even worse. What about divination? Could we divine the perpetrator? Or ask the Heaven Mystery Pavilion to do it for us? Said one person with hope and yearning. Divination did not have any result. As for the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, they said that they did not want to have anything to do with this situation. So what do we do now? Asked one teacher with a weak and helpless voice. Unfortunately, no one answered him, not even Headmaster Bai Han. However, this time, the silence did not last long, as one of the teachers in the faction that was opposing Bai Han slowly said, I think that there is plenty of room and time to salvage the situation. First, we could have the headmaster swear both a heavenly Tao oath and Tao oath that the academy did not have anything to do with Fan Li's death in front of the entire world. Second, we can pay certain remuneration to all our allies for the support they have given us during these stressful times. This act should greatly appease them and strengthen our alliance. Finally, we can talk to Sacred Son Wang Wei and the people of the Tao opening sect. We can agree to allow him to enter the secret realm of the 3,000 Tao tablets. We can even negotiate to give him as much time as the champion of the tournament. The room became silent again. This time the teachers were thinking about the feasibility of this plan, the positive and negative of doing such a thing. This plan is feasible. Although our Emperor Enlightening Academy would lose a lot of resources and a little bit of face, it will not affect us too much. Plus, if Lin Fan manages to prove the Tao, who would care about the little loss of face? So, I think the best solution is to go through this rough time as quickly as possible. Then, later on, we can repay 100-fold all the humiliation we suffered. 1,000-fold would be better. I agree. Me too. The majority of people agreed with this plan. To be precise, the majority of people in the opposite faction agreed with this plan, especially since one of their own came up with it. So, after coming with a preliminary decision, they all looked at Headmaster Bai Han for his final decision. After all, he is the one who has the final say. I agree with your first 2 points, but Wang Wei cannot get access to the Dao tablets. Headmaster, this is not the time to be stubborn, yelled one teacher. Please place your personal feeling aside for the benefit of the academy. This is not about my personal feeling, replied Bai Han. It's just too late. The plan for Li Jun has already been set in motion. Ji Song has already got his hands on the demon god bone. So, it is too late to stop our actions. The people of the opposing factions looked at the stubborn Bai Han. Then they looked at the people who supported him no matter what, hoping that someone with enough reason would try to persuade him. But it was useless as no one spoke. As a matter of fact, many people felt as indignant as Bai Han. After going through so much effort, after sacrificing so much, they did not want to stop their actions. They can agree for the academy to bow its head to the world, but not to a member of the younger generation no matter how talented he was. Maybe at first, these people supported Bai Han because they had faith in their leader or the fact that they were used to always supporting him. However, the recent events have changed their minds. Subconsciously, many people in Bai Han's faction blamed Wang Wei for all that has happened to them and the academy. Hence, the reason that they were adamant about stopping. After realizing the situation, the opposing faction sighed melancholy, but they did not say anything. So, the academy's plan for the current situation was established. After the meeting, all the teachers went their separate ways. However, another secret meeting took place somewhere in the academy. This time it was all the true monarchs who were meeting. Have you guys noticed? Asked one of the true monarchs communicating through divine sense. Yes, Bai Han and his supporters are enveloped by Qi of Calamity. Replied one of the true monarch. So, should we intervene? Chapter 245. We can tell him about it, but I doubt it will make any difference. After all, Qi of Calamity has the ability to influence a cultivator's mind, replied one of the Supreme Realm True Monarchs. We can place a seal to prevent other people from seeing it. After all, we do not want other factions to use this fact to their advantage. Plus, if Bai Han and his group can quickly awaken from this disaster, then their state of mind should sublimate. At that time, reaching the Supreme Realm will become easier. That's a good method. With this path of Supreme slowly opening up, this is the perfect time. So all the true monarchs decided on the next step of action. However, one person, Qiu Jinlin Fan's Dao Protector said, none of that truly matters as long as this Qi of Calamity does not force Bai Han to start an Emperor Dao war on a whim. What I really care about is the reason for such a thing to happen. Isn't it obvious? Heavenly Dao used the Qi of Calamity to clout Bai Han's mind, thus making him act irrationally, thus ensuring that he remains Wang Wei's enemy despite the fact that bowing his head would be the wisest and best choice in this situation, said one of the true monarch. That's correct. If this was the normal Bai Han, he would never act in such a way. Another person. I know all of this, replied Qiu Jin. The issue is why Heavenly Dao did this. Have you guys noticed that in this generation, the amount of time that Heavenly Dao intervened is quite high, especially the secret schemes? All of us here have lived for a very long time, but in our generation, I doubt that Heavenly Dao intervened even once except for granted merits. Even then, it did not really show up, but the mechanism that is responsible for granting the merit merely activated itself once the requirements were met. But in this generation, Heavenly Dao showed many times. And most of the time it involved that sacred son Wang Wei. What I want to know is why. As supreme realm powerhouses, they are beings closest to the Dao. So, they can feel that Heavenly Dao does not really like Wang Wei. As a matter of fact, even the true monarchs of the Dao opening sect have also started to notice something wrong. But they have not completely figured out the reason yet. Maybe it has to do with the fact he brought divine punishment thunder a few years ago? Or maybe because of his soul. That thing is not natural. Maybe things are not that simple, said one of the true monarchs. Maybe we should go over the secret archives of the academy and see if we can discover something. Agree. After everyone came to a decision, the meeting came to an end. However, one person still had something else to say. According to this situation, we might have to intervene in the control of the academy. The conversation became silent. After a while, someone said, "According to our previous agreement, we would not intervene in the academy's management unless necessary, otherwise a power imbalance could be created, leading to infighting. Now, things have not reached such a level yet." All the other true monarchs nodded in acknowledgement. The truth of the matter is that this generation was a strange one. According to precedent, all the previous headmasters, great teachers, and elder teachers were supposed to be in the supreme realm. As for the position of supreme elder or supreme teacher, this was a position or title reserved to the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables of the academy. Unfortunately, the path of supreme was cut off in the last generation, making it impossible for the younger generations to reach similar height in cultivation level as the older generation. Nevertheless, the older generation were old and weary, and in order for any factions to improve and move forwards, they needed the younger generation to take charge. After noticing that there was no way to actually become true monarch, the older generation realized that if they keep holding the power of their factions without passing it on, an imbalance of power might occur and the younger generation might become resentful. This was not conducive for the future development of their factions. So, all of them came to the same decision. They will take a supporting role while giving all the power of their factions to the young generation. Hence the reason that Saint Realm true persons like Wang Tian and Bai Han are in charge of their own factions despite their lack of cultivation. As for the older generation like Wang Chong and Qiu Jin, they decided to only interfere when absolutely necessary. Inside a plain and simple residence with few decorations, Bai Han had just returned to his residence when he received a notice from true monarch Qiu Jin to come see him. Albeit a little surprised and confused by the sudden visit, he still prepared tea to properly welcome the true monarch. Although Bai Han used to be a true monarch as well, since he was not currently, he still had to give the necessary respect. "What? Am enveloped by Qi of Calamity?" yelled Bai Han with great surprise. Then, instantly, he started using a secret technique. Immediately, he noticed a red hue hovering around his head, making his face very ugly. As for Qiu Jin, he was a little surprised at Bai Han's technique. It must be a very powerful one to be able to notice the Qi of Calamity in the Saint Realm, especially since it allows Bai Han to see his own Qi of Calamity. The odd thing about Qi of Calamity is that other powerful people can see it on other people, but it is extremely difficult to notice it on themselves, making it very difficult to deal with. "What are you going to do now?" asked Qiu Jin calmly. Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. He started to think about his next step of action. A part of him told him to stop his action against Wang Wei as he is just being used as heavenly Taoist pawn. Another part of him is telling him that he has come so far, and he is so close to succeed, so there is no need to stop. As for the Qi of Calamity, it just brought the deep desire inside his heart and had little effect on him. Sweat started to fall down from Bai Han's forehead, drenching his clothes wet. One of his eyes twitched constantly without stopping. After more than 3 hours, Bai Han sighed before saying, "The plan will continue." "Is that so?" replied Qiu Jin calmly without any surprise in his face, as he knew that this was the horror of Qi of Calamity. Even if someone knew that their mind was being influenced, they could not do anything about it. It takes a lot of effort and a very powerful state of mind to get rid of the influence of the Qi of Calamity. And sometimes this was not even enough. "So be it," replied Qiu Jin. After sealing the Qi of Calamity from Bai Han to prevent other people from noticing it, he left without saying anything else. Qiu Jin and the other true monarch did not really care about the situation. As long as the academy had them and the sleeping ancestors, then nothing would truly happen besides maybe being forced to close their door for a while. As for Bai Han, if he can go through this catastrophe, his mind will sublimate and set a powerful foundation for his path of supreme. If he fails, then he might lose everything. Just like that, a few days passed by. The day of the final round of the tournament began. Just like the first round, Bai Han appeared in front of all the people watching to introduce the event. However, he did not immediately do so, but instead started to swear to heaven and earth and to the Tao that he and the academy had nothing to do with Fan Li's death. While Bai Han was doing his little speech, Inside the D family's floating booth, Tion had a frown on his face as his eyes laid on by Han. Chi of Calamity? I remember the last time that I encountered this thing was during the incense era. These bald Buddhist monks were covered from head to toe with that thing. It made them totally crazy. These monks, pursued of the power of incense, became a destructive obsession. They were willing to do anything and kill anyone in their pursuit of faith. Now that I think about it, the absolute beginning emperor might have been affected by that thing too. Otherwise, it could not explain his obsession to eradicate Buddhism altogether. After thinking about this for a moment, Tion sneered. It all made sense now. Heavenly Tao probably did not want the myriad emperor world to turn into a civilization of faith under the power of Buddhism, so it secretly planned their destruction. Using Chi of Calamity on the entire Buddhist sect led to them offending so many people in their pursuit of faith. All it had to do was wait for someone that had the talent to become an eternal emperor and had a deep grudge with Buddhism. Then, by using that same Chi of Calamity, it can make that person completely eradicate the faith-based Buddhism. Unfortunately, even Heavenly Tao miscalculated the hatred that the absolute beginning emperor had and the power of Chi of Calamity. Buddhism as a sect is very beneficial to any civilization as it can bring peace and enlightening of the mind. Only the faith aspect was detrimental. I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao only wanted that aspect to be eradicated, leaving the other part intact. But the Chi of Calamity might have affected the absolute beginning emperor beyond its calculation, leading to him completely eradicating Buddhism from the lower dimension. Chapter 246. While Tion instantly took notice of the Chi of Calamity around by Han despite the seal of the true monarchs, another person also noticed something odd. Wang Wei. Inside the booth of the Tao opening sect, when he first saw Bai Han, he had a feeling that something was wrong, but he did not know what it was. He seemed to see something around the headmaster, but he could not truly see it after concentrating. So, he activated his true eye ability and saw red hue floating around by Han's head. Then he frowned while pondering what this thing was, as it was not here before. Noticed it? Asked Wu Hong, who was sitting next to him. Yes? Nodded Wang Wei. What is it? Or is this another secret that I should not know? Not really, replied Wu Hong. That thing is called Chi of Calamity, although a rare thing, but knowledge of it is very common among powerful beings. So, what exactly is it? Wu Hong paused for a moment to gather her thoughts. To put it simply, Chi of Calamity is the most powerful weapon that Heavenly Tao used when manipulating others. Its main purpose is to affect a person's mind and make them act irrational, stupid, or out of character. A perfect example when Chi of Calamity is often used is when dealing with Childs of Destiny. Every time they meet an opponent, Heavenly Tao would often use the Chi of Calamity to influence their enemy. That way, they will act stupidly. Their enemies, instead of using all their strength to eradicate these Childs of Destiny, they will send a person only one stage or realm higher than the Child of Destiny, basically giving them the chance to survive and break through in cultivating realm while fighting. Then their enemy will send a slightly more powerful person than the first, and the process will repeat itself until the Child of Destiny reaches the strength to completely eradicate their enemy. Of course, this kind of treatment is only for the children of destiny of powerful worlds on the level of Heavenly World. Additionally, this kind of Chi of Calamity is actually very easy to guard against. Wang Wei nodded. Then he asked, "Are you saying that Chi of Calamity has different ranks or levels?" "Yes, and at the highest level, even you will not be spared," replied Wu Hong while looking deeply into Wang Wei's eyes. He immediately understood what she was trying to say. The highest level of Chi of Calamity can even affect paragons. Hence, even he could be affected by it one day if he is not careful. Immediately, he took this information more seriously. "I understand. Is there anything else?" "Yes," replied Wu Hong. "Actually, the main purpose of Chi of Calamity is to induce the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth, or the Great Purge, as it is often referred to by many other worlds." Wang Wei frowned as he remembered that he read about such a thing in the sect's library. Isn't the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth the process by which a world decided to kill the majority of its inhabitants due to the issue of overpopulation? That is correct. When the amount of cultivators in a world is too large, the level of spiritual chi between heaven and earth will decrease dramatically with so many people using it. At that time, the world will be on the verge of being demoted. For example, a great thousand world will turn into a middle thousand world. After reaching that point, Heavenly Tao will intervene to keep the balance of the world. By enveloping the entire world with chi of calamity and influencing the mind of all the cultivators, conflict will erupt throughout the entire world, leading to all cultivators killing one another. Then, Heavenly Tao will decompose the bodies of these cultivators and replenish the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. By then, both the population and spiritual chi problem will be solved. Wang Wei sighed as he muttered to himself, cultivators absorb spiritual chi in order to one day become immortal and escape the shackles of death. If they fail, then their bodies will decompose and return to the embrace of Mother Nature, replenishing heaven and earth. What a horrifying and beautiful cycle. True, responded Wu Hong as she also sighed. How many people can become immortal? In each generation, there are probably a handful. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators are in the trillions. The terrible thing about this situation is that even if a person knows about this, there is nothing they can do besides fighting to be the few that actually become immortal. I was wondering, has there been a time that the Myriad Emperor world suffered a great purge? Asked Wang Wei curiously. It actually happened twice. Twice? Yes, once during the Null Era, and the second time during the Middle Emperor Era. Wang Wei was slightly surprised. He could understand how such a thing happened in the Void Era, but he could not understand what this has to do with the Middle Emperor Era. If such a thing occurred, he would have known that this era was very recent compared to the others. Wu Hong noticed his surprise, so she explained, I will talk about the Middle Emperor Era later. First, I will explain the general situation of the Primordial Era so that you can understand the entire situation. Then, she proceeded to tell him about the situation of the primordial gods and innate demons, and the birth of the human race. Finally, she reached the point where the leader of these powerful races discovered the future destruction of their entire races and the rise of humanity. So what happened after that? Asked Wang Wei. What do you think? After pondering a while, he replied, given the fact that the first heaven will appear in the Emperor beginning era and the first person to crown itself Great Emperor is a human, I'm guessing that Heavenly Tao intervened again and sided with humans. That thing seemed to be everywhere. A contemptuous sneer could be seen on his face. You are correct, replied Wu Hong. Heavenly Tao did not want the primordial gods or innate demons as the main races of this world. Despite how powerful they were, these races were very rigid and slow in their development, not to mention their horrible reproductive ability. Meanwhile, humans as the first acquired race had unlimited potential despite their weakness at birth. With their rapid reproductive ability and an unnatural talent for comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, humans were the perfect race to lead the Myriad Emperor world, who was called Innate Demon God World back then. So, Heavenly Tao secretly helped the race from facing extinction at the hands of the powerful primordial gods and innate demons, created a child of destiny that would lead the human race from their demise. Are you talking about the first great emperor of this world, the one who created the beginning emperor era, the heaven-opening emperor? Asked Wang Wei. That's right. The heaven-opening emperor was the chosen one. During his time, the human race was constantly being hunted down, and the only reason that some tribes were saved was because they were protected by other more peaceful primordial gods and innate demons who did not agree with their leaders' decisions. As for the heaven-opening emperor, he was truly a lucky person. It turns out that the primordial god that protected the human tribe he was born in actually fell in love with him. So they begin a relationship. However, the heaven-opening emperor was not only a cunning individual, but also a very ambitious one. During his relationship with her, he secretly studied her body composition. Given the fact that primordial gods were essentially gigantic human beings, the first emperor believed that by studying their body composition, he could create a cultivation method perfectly suited for humans, and he succeeded. Wang Wei was suddenly interested. A cultivation system that existed before the origin path system? Can you tell me about it? Well, that system was actually very similar to your ancient desolate body refining scripture, except not as much detail. Due to the vast amount of spiritual chi that existed at that time, cultivation was easier and the talent of humans was much better. The system invited by the first emperor allowed humans to create a powerful body like primordial gods through breathing spiritual chi between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, only a few talented people could actually reach the level of primordial gods. Wu Han paused for a moment before saying, "If you are interested, I can give you a copy of the cultivation system that existed back then. However, if I were you, I would wait until you cultivate the ancient desolate scripture to the highest level, then use these techniques as reference to further perfect it and even make it more powerful." Wang Wei nodded as he accepted her advice. Then he asked, "What happened after the first emperor created this new cultivation system?" Chapter 247. Of course, the first emperor secretly spread it to the human tribes in an attempt for the human race to rise against their oppressors, replied Wu Hong. Unfortunately for him, the vast difference between the human race and primordial races was simply too great. Wang Wei nodded before saying with a sneer, "I can guess what happened next. Heavenly Tao interfered again, didn't?" "That's correct." Wang Wei snorted. This thing seemed to be everywhere. Wu Hong just gave a side look before continuing. Knowing that the future of the world lied with the human race, Heavenly Tao then created the first heaven will, and basically granted it to the first emperor. That way, the heaven-opening emperor not only became the first great emperor of this world, but also the first eternal emperor. Wang Wei was not surprised that the first emperor was an eternal emperor, and this was not because he was the first person to become a great emperor. After hearing the term eternal emperor, he did some research on these individuals, especially the most recent of them, the Heaven Devourer Emperor. One thing that he noticed was that eternal emperors seemed to have some ability of being omnipresent. For example, although all the cultivators in the world tried to erase the Heaven Devourer Emperor from the historical records, everyone still knows that he is a great emperor. As long as a cultivator reached a certain level of cultivation, it seemed that they would instantly know that this great emperor existed. It was like he was unforgettable, or that his existence was forever ingrained in the annals of history, for eternity. The same thing can be said about the heaven-opening emperor. Every cultivator in the world knows that he was the first great emperor in the world and started the era of emperor in this world without anyone even telling them. Another example of this phenomena that Wang Wei noticed was regarding dragons and phoenixes. Every time he reads any records regarding these creatures, he will instinctively know that they were innate creatures that once lived in the primordial era. After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei then asked, "What happened next?" "I'm guessing that being an eternal emperor, the heaven-opening emperor led the human race from the oppression of the other races?" Wu Hong paused for a moment. Then she said, "Unfortunately, you are wrong. Even being an eternal emperor could not save the human race, at least on its own. The leaders of the primordial races were not in any way inferior to an eternal emperor. Not to mention the patriarch of the dragon race, Qilin race, white tiger race, and the matriarch of the phoenix, which were the leaders of the innate demon race, were also on part with an eternal race." Wang Wei was a little surprised. It seems that my previous notion of eternal emperors being invincible among other great emperors and beings on that level might be wrong. So what happened next? Obviously, the human race survived somehow. So how did it happen? Well, after the first emperor proved the Tao, Heavenly Tao kept lowering heaven will after a certain period of time, thus creating many great emperors for the human race. "Wait, you mean?" asked Wang Wei with an incredible look on his face. "That's correct. The beginning emperor era was an age where many great emperors walked the world at the same time," replied Wu Hong calmly. After taking a few seconds to process this news, he asked, "None of them, you know?" Then he motioned his head upward. Back then, the concept of ascension was not very prevailing due to the fact that the spiritual chi between heaven and earth was very abundant, thus allowing these great emperors to cultivate with a peace of mind. Additionally, the human race needed their support and help. So only a few of them actually left. Wang Wei sighed as he imagined what it would be like to live in a world where so many great emperors walked the world and competed with another. Well, maybe in the future he still has the chance. Then, a question suddenly appeared in his mind. What about Tao ancestors and immortal venerables? Did these existences exist back then? Yes, replied. The realm of Tao ancestor was created based on the existence of plain Lord, while immortal venerables are nothing but a sublimation of a cultivator's internal chi or energy into a higher form. Plain Lord? If I remember correctly, these should be individuals born in great thousand worlds who actually swallowed the heavenly Tao of their worlds and became the sole controller. Are they related to Tao ancestors? However, the information I read about them was very vague, thought Wang Wei to himself. Back then, the great emperors created these methods after traveling to other world communities in order to create emperor-level strength for the human race without the heaven will. To be exact, they just copied these systems from other worlds, modified it a little and gave it their own name, continued Wu Hong without stopping. Wang Wei nodded, however. He knew that things were not that simple. According to historical records, his ancestor Emperor Qiyuan is credited with creating both the path of Tao ancestor and the path of immortality. However, according to Wu Hong, these paths seem to have long existed before then. So, there must be either something shady about this or some great secret. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not ask. He was already receiving too much information in just a few minutes, so there was no need to acquire more. Furthermore, he still would like to discover some of these secrets on his own. For example, according to Wu Hong, there may have been world communities born before this one, meaning that there were heaven-will world born or created way before the myriad emperor world, and even developed civilization way before them. Although Wang Wei did not know how ancient his own world or community was compared to the others, he still wanted to find out, especially given his future plans after becoming a great emperor. This kind of information might be useful. All of these thoughts appeared less than a milliseconds from his mind, so he continued his conversation. Why didn't any of the primordial gods or innate demons also acquire a heaven will and become a great emperor? That's because heavenly Tao played a little trick on the heaven will, replied Wu Hong. Of course it did. Ignoring his remark, Wu Hong continued. It added a condition to the heaven will. Only acquired lifeforms could use it, thus prevented both the primordial gods and innate demons, who were innate lifeforms, from being able to use it, even if they acquired one. However, none of these two races gave up, especially the innate demons race. So, they came together to create an acquired race. By constantly degrading their own bloodlines, they were able to create what we now know as the demon race. This explains how the demon race's cultivation system involves slowly purifying their own bloodline, thought Wang Wei. The innate demon race's plan was to use the demon race to compete for the heaven will, thus lowering the overall strength of their races. At first, their plan succeeded as many demon races actually became great emperors. However, under the machination of the human race great emperors, the demon race eventually betrayed their own creators, then joined the human race side. Wang Wei nodded, not surprised by that outcome. Then came the Null Era. After both the human race and the demon race concluded that they had enough strength to fight these innate races, they started an earth-shaking, heaven-shattering war. As a matter of fact, neither of these two fighting factions knew beforehand how great that war would become and the lasting impact that it would have. What do you mean? Asked Wang Wei with a concentrated look on his face. What I mean was that the scope of this war was beyond these factions' wildest imagination. Although the war started from our world, it soon spread to countless world communities until the entire lower dimension was engulfed in war. The war soon turned into acquired lifeforms against innate lifeforms. Lower dimensions? Is that the name for the entire endless void? Does that mean that the world that all great emperors go to is considered a higher dimension? Secretly thought Wang Wei. Then, he saw a fading smirk from Wu Hong's mouth, and he realized that she was testing what kind of information she was allowed to secretly say to him without arousing the awareness of that powerful and noble will. As a matter of fact, continued Wu Hong as if nothing happened, this war was actually a major plot. Someone or something did not want these innate lifeforms to continue living in the lower dimension, so they used this war as a way to remove them. After these innate life forms lost the war, the remaining survivors left, the record of their existence was mostly purged. Hence the reason that there was little to no history or records left from before the Null Era. As a matter of fact, one day when you travel across many world communities, you will discover that many worlds have a similar blank period in their history. In most cases, it means that it pertains to the innate acquired war. Wang Wei did not ask who was the person plotting all of this, as he could guess that this was probably information that she could not say in any way, shape, or form, so he asked something else. I have a question about something you mentioned regarding Eternal EMP. His words stopped midway as he noticed something strange happening on the Heaven-Chosen selection trial. Chapter 248. A few minutes ago, while Wang Wei and Wu Hong were distracted talking to one another, Headmaster Bai Han appeared in front of all the people watching the tournament. He first swore to Heavenly Dao and his own Dao that the Academy has nothing to do with Fan Li's affairs. Then he started introducing the rules of the tournament. Due to the fact that the professional champions are not allowed in the top 30 in this year's tournament, the rules are a little different. There are currently 19-20 participants in the final round. Each participant will face a randomly selected opponent. The winner will move on to the next round, while the loser will be eliminated. This process will continue until the top 30 Heaven-Chosen is selected. Now, let the final round of the Heaven-Chosen selection trial begins. After Bai Han made the announcement, he returned to the floating booth of the Emperor Enlightening Academy with all the other teachers. During the process, he started thinking to himself, hopefully, this move can buy some breathing room for the Academy. As for the Chi of Calamity, it is obvious that Heavenly Dao is using my projected hatred for Wang Wei to ensure that I become his enemy. However, as long as I manage to prevent him from entering the secret realm of the Dao tablets, I can find a way to remove it. After thinking about this, Bai Han sighed deeply. If I still had my original body with my father's protection, I would never be so easily affected by Chi of Calamity. Well, there is no need to lament about the past now. Since I have decided to completely cut off my past, then I should have no regrets. After Bai Han returned to his booth, the majestic fighting ring in the middle of the large stadium was divided into many different rings. In each ring, there was a projected screen made of arrays that showed two numbers, which represent the participants chosen to fight one another, as they all had to randomly choose a number before the final round began. The audience surrounding the fighting rings had a giant projected screen that showed all the battles simultaneously, so that they could either watch everyone at once or focus on a particular participant. All the people watching the tournament remotely also had similar divided screens like the members of the audiences. Inside the floating booths, each person had their own personal divided screen with all the participants. However, this particular one had the ability to only show one match based on the choice of the user. While Wu Hong and Wang Wei were talking, they ignored the screen as they were too focused on their discussion even when Li Jun's fight began. Holding his trusted spear, Li Jun walked to one of the fighting rings after his name was chosen. After only waiting for a few seconds, his opponent also appeared in front of him. It was a beautiful girl with a blue dress and a shy look on her face. However, despite her appearance, she had a firm determination in her eyes. Taking a brief moment to recall all the information he read about all the participants of this tournament, he recognized her as a genius from a holy land in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. Li Jun secretly sighed as he acknowledged that she was either very lucky or very talented to reach the final round based on her background. Nevertheless, this will not change the fact that she had reached the end of the road after meeting him. His big brother had given him a mission to get one of the top 30 spots, and nothing or no one could stop him from fulfilling his mission. So, as soon as the battle began, Li Jun did not say anything to his opponent. He directly attacked her. Holding his spear in his hand, Li Jun threw it with all of his strength, turning it into a red light that flew straight to the Holy Land genius. However, she was not to be underestimated. As a person who made it to the final round, she was one of the people who fought against the seeded players and survived. Although she no longer had the advantage of large numbers, she would not give up so easily. So, with a wave of her hand, a group of metal gates appeared in front of her as a form of protection. Unfortunately, the gates could only stop the spear for a brief moment before they were pierced one by one. Fortunately, she only needed this brief pause to move out of the way of the spear, thus dodging the attack. After seeing this, Li Jun made a grabbing motion with his hand. Then his spear disappeared from the distance before appearing in his hand. Then, he made a circular motion with the spear while holding it with one hand. Following which, more than 10 spears materialized in front of him, an act which made the Holy Land genius face become very ugly. Without hesitation, she encased herself in a very dense spherical metal shield. Her actions were correct. As soon as she finished, the first spear hit her. Immediately, she coughed a big mouthful of blood. Although she managed to defend the attack, the aftershock still penetrated her defense and injured her. Then her nightmare began. Boom! 9 explosions followed the 9 spears as they attacked her metal shield. A cloud of dust enveloped her following the explosions, thus impeding the sight of the audience. Few seconds after the dust was swept away by the blowing wind, the Holy Land genius could be seen. She was half kneeling on the ground with blood all over her body and partly destroyed clothes. Her hair was messy, and pieces of metals could be seen scattered next to her. She struggled to get up from her floor, but she was incapable of doing so. Li Jun frowned after seeing this. Then he said, "You should give up this fight. There is no need to risk your life for a battle that you know you will lose." However, she did not immediately answer him as a metal rod appeared in her hand, which she used as support to get up from the ground. "You do not understand," she replied with a firm determination on her face. "I have too many people counting on me. I cannot fail now." As she said these words, she gave a brief glance at a particular glance in the audience, where a group of disciples were looking at her with both worry and encouraging eyes. Everyone who can reach this level in the tournament has some sort of emotional support or conviction driving them forwards, replied Li Jun calmly. This does not change the fact that you are weak and unable to win this battle. However, if you give up and save your life, then you still have a chance in the future. After all, one failure does not mean everything. Unfortunately, she ignored his warning. Her metal rod turned red as if wanting to melt. However, the metal still remained in the shape of a rod, just giving up a powerful heat. After seeing this, Li Jun sighed, but did not say anything more. He moved his body, and to the Holy Land genius' horror, Li Jun instantly appeared in front of her. Before she could even react, a spear pierced her heart and completely annihilated it. She vomited a big mouthful of blood that landed all over Li Jun's spear. She had an incredible look on face for a moment. Then she fell on her back, blood splattered all over the arena. Until the end, she could not understand how she lost so easily. Her last thoughts before dying were, "Is the difference between ordinary geniuses and these heaven-chosen so vast? I am not willing. I am not willing." As for Li Jun, he just looked at her for a brief moment before leaving the fighting ring. He had already given his opponent the chance to retreat intact. Since she was willing to fight for her conviction, then she was also willing to die for it. The path of cultivation has never been a peaceful one, let alone for the heaven-chosens treading on the path of emperor. Just like that, after a few hours, the first group match ended, and only 960 participants left. Just like that, the tournament continued for a few days, and Li Jun easily beat most of his opponents until there were only 60 people left. Li Jun was excited as he needed only one more win to enter the top 30 and acquire the token that granted him access to the 3,000 Dao tablets. Then, his big brother can use it to further his path of the emperor. Li Jun was standing in one of the arena waiting for his next opponent with a little excitement deep in his eyes. However, when he saw the person who showed up, he said with a grave voice, "It's you!" Chapter 249. Across from Li Jun stood a beautiful girl dressed in a golden dress, with a phoenix crown on her head. She had the majesty of a powerful empress who looked down on myriad beings, and the pride of a heavenly peacock who cannot bear to be stained by mortal dust. "This goddess did not expect to meet you so soon." "Very well, This goddess can finally have her revenge, said the beautiful woman with a voice full of loftiness and aloofness. Fong Lijuan, said Li Jun with deep furrowed brows. He knew that there was a hidden rule that none of the seeded players would meet before the final 30 rounds, but he actually met one beforehand. Thinking about Wang Wei's warning before the battle, Li Jun could guess that something shady had taken place. However, he was not afraid. Revenge? Since I defeated you once, I can do it a second time, replied Li Jun with a sneer on his face. However, Fong Lijuan just smirked without saying anything. Nevertheless, a powerful confidence could be seen radiating from her body. Meanwhile, Wang Weihu was talking with Wu Hong, noticed Li Jun's opponent, and like the latter, he came to the conclusion that something odd was going for Fong Lijuan to become Li Jun's opponent right before he could qualify for a spot on the top 30. Inside the Emperor Enlightening Academy's booth, all the teachers watched this battle with bated breath. One of them checked the formation to make sure that they had no problem. Then he asked, "Headmaster, is it appropriate to use Fong Lijuan as an opponent? After all, Li Jun already defeated her once." "You do not need to worry," replied Bai Han. "The reason that I chose Fong Lijuan instead of the more powerful Heaven Chosens is to not attract too much attention to ourselves. Additionally, she is not the same as back in the Divine Altar realm." Of course, Bai Han did not tell the whole truth. He had something else prepared just in case something went wrong. However, the other teachers did not know this. Nevertheless, after seeing the headmaster's confidence, they were relieved. After all, they've spent so much on this tournament, even risking destroying the Academy's million of years of reputation, well, to be precise, the reputation of fairness that they still hold to this day. Back to the fighting arena, both Li Jun and Fong Lijuan prepared for their rematch. Without hesitation or pausing, Li Jun went on the offensive. Spears started to appear around him. Unlike his battle with the Holy Land genius, there were not only 10 spears but hundreds, thousands even. With unmatched speed, they rushed towards Fong Lijuan, wishing to completely annihilate her. The sound of the air breaking could be heard as these thousands of spears broke the speed of sound. A powerful explosion kilometers in diameter occurred at their landing spots. Fortunately, powerful arrays manifested in the arena to contain the battle, else the audience would be affected. Despite the fact that his attack seemed to have worked, Li Jun was not happy as he could tell that something was wrong. Everything was too easy. So, he immediately used his divine sense to locate Fong Lijuan's location, but he did not find anything. Suddenly, Li Jun felt a killing intent right next to him, so he immediately ducked to the side. Unfortunately, he was too late and a crystal pierced straight into his body. Turning his head, he saw Fong Lijuan was calmly standing next to him, and he did not even notice how she got there. Before he got time to think or act, he felt another killing intent and dodged again, but his right leg was still stabbed. Knowing that the situation was dire for him, Li Jun mobilized all the strength of his divine sense to try to sense his opponent's attack, and for a brief moment he was successful. By pinpointing the killing intent, he was able to deduce the location and timing of the attack. Meanwhile, Fong Lijuan frowned after noticing this. Using the killing intent to determine my next attack? What if the killing intent also becomes invisible? Then, a crystal spear penetrated Li Jun's lungs, and he discovered that he could no longer anticipate his opponent's move. So, without hesitation, he activated his innate talent. Countless runes or origin patterns appeared all over his body like tattoos. Then a large army made of soldiers in red armors appeared in front of him. Without saying anything, they form a formation that encases Li Jun into a dome made of soldiers. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another group of soldiers. However, as soon as these one appeared, they turned into a river of blood that was swallowed by Li Jun, healing all his injuries. As for Fong Lijuan, she was calm during the whole situation, not even bothering to stop Li Jun's action. With a random wave of her hand, countless of the summoned soldiers suddenly had their throats cut, blood spewing all over the arena as they died without even knowing the cause. Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing this. His growing innate talent allowed him to summon soldiers to fight for him, but the number was not unlimited. As a matter of fact, it requires souls as sacrifice. Luckily for him, his talent allowed him to use the soul of the fallen soldiers in the location he was. For example, he could use the souls of all the people who died in the location of the Emperor Enlightening Academy throughout all of history. Unfortunately for him, his cultivation level did not allow him to control so many souls. In the Dao opening sex booth, Wang Wei and Wu Hong were watching the battle. "Have you noticed?" she asked. Wang Wei nodded as he responded. "I cannot believe that she can have such a level of fortunate encounter during the Qi Luck trial." He paused for a brief moment before continuing. "Damn that Long Out Yen. If I knew he had something like that, I would have personally hunted him down." "Who's Long Out Yen?" asked Wu Hong in confusion. "A very lucky son of destiny. Well, I guess given his terrible ending, he is not so lucky after all." Wu Hong nodded, but did not ask any further question. She did not care for such a little and insignificant character. Meanwhile, in the battle, Li Jun's condition was not so good. A lot of his soldiers were lying dead on the floor, and his body was full of injuries. His summoning could not keep up with Fang Lijuan's mysterious attack. Additionally, he was still trying to discover what method she used. Only by constantly swallowing the blood of his fallen soldiers that he was able to keep this battle going on. Suddenly, an idea came to Li Jun's mind. He looked at Fang Lijuan before saying, "You have possession of one of the 12 ancestral talismans. It should be the invisible talisman. Oh, this goddess is surprised that you figured it out so quickly." "You are correct, this goddess was fortunate enough to acquire the 12 ancestral talismans." Li Jun secretly sighed on how lucky she was. The only reason he could figure it out so quickly was because he too was interested in these talismans, especially the war talisman, so he did his research. According to his knowledge, the 12 ancestral talismans were created by the talisman ancestor back in the ancient emperor era. Although the talisman ancestor or Fuyuan emperor was not the most powerful amongst the other ancestors formation, pill, etc., he had the greatest impact. After proving the Tao, the talisman ancestor created 12 extremely powerful talismans that were essentially a prototype of an entire Tao, scattered them throughout the world in hopes that destined people can find them and complete them, turning them from prototypes into perfect Taos. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor world, anyone who acquired one of the ancestral talismans and managed to unleash their true powers had a great impact on the world, with many even becoming great emperors themselves. By this current era, only a few of the talismans were still not found, including the invisible talisman in Fang Lijuan's hand, and the war talisman that Li Jun was after. The invisible talisman was famous because of the words that the talisman ancestor said after creating it. According to her, the highest level of this talisman can allow a cultivator to reach a state of being unknown to death, nor known to life. All these thoughts only took less than a millisecond to flash across Li Jun's mind. Then he asked, "Even if you acquire the invisible talisman, you should not be this powerful." Fang Lijuan smiled coldly as she answered, "That's because this goddess managed to comprehend the Tao in the talisman, absorb it into my bloodline to break the shackles of the ancestors. Now, with this goddess having her own Tao, it is possible for me to bear the heaven will. Additionally, this goddess is perfectly aware of the fact that you are trying to stall for time, but it will not change anything." Chapter 250. Li Jun shook his head after hearing this. Then he replied, "No matter how strong you become or how you broke the shackles of your bloodline, the arrogance of the divine clan embedded deep in your soul cannot be changed." Then he waved his hand to summon countless soldiers. This time around, the number was immediately 3 to 5 times greater than previously. Immediately afterwards, all these soldiers suddenly committed suicide. Countless bodies laid in the ground, turning the arena crimson red. Then, under the control of Li Jun, countless red lights, which were in fact slaughter chi, came from these dead soldiers' bodies, condensed into the form of a blade. A slaughter blade. Fang Lijuan frowned after seeing this as she felt an immense threat from that blade. Without hesitation, she disappeared from her spot. Unfortunately for her, the blade seemed to have a powerful lock on her. As soon as she disappeared and prepared to attack again, Li Jun just randomly waved his blade. Then a powerful slash headed straight to Fang Lijuan's position. Knowing the danger of such a powerful attack, she instantly wrapped herself in a green crystal that blocked the attack. The odd thing was that she was still invisible to most people in the audience, including Li Jun himself. All he did was wave his slaughter blade, and the attack will head directly to Fang Lijuan's direction. Boom! 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 Countless explosions occurred in the arena as Li Jun kept waving his blade. Knowing that the situation could not go on like this, Fang Lijuan used her divine sense to try to discover what this blade was using to track her whereabouts. After spending a few seconds, she discovered that the blade was locking on the slaughter chi in her body. As a cultivator, she has killed many people, as such accumulated a lot of slaughter chi, some hidden so deeply that she was not even aware of their existence. After discovering the problem, Fang Lijuan set out to deal with it quickly and efficiently. She first expelled the slaughter chi out of her body. Unfortunately, some of them were too deeply rooted to the point of even attaching to her soul. Then, a mysterious power came from her blood and entered these difficult chi. Instantly, they disappeared, became invisible. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who had just used a random slash from his blade, had an ugly look on his face. And it was not because his attack did not find his opponent this time. It was because he discovered that his origin essence was less than it should be. His big brother once told him that his control of origin chi was terrible, and Li Jun took this comment to heart. So, he spent many years practicing control over his own internal energy. He knows with perfect clarity how much he uses in every attack. However, now, he discovered that the amount was less than it should. Knowing that something was wrong, Li Jun used another random slash while taking very close attention to his origin essence. It was then that he discovered that a small percentage of his origin essence mysteriously disappeared from his divine sea, without his consent or knowledge of where it went. What is going on? Thought Li Jun to himself. Unfortunately for him, he did not have a lot of time to ponder the answer to this question. Without the blade's ability to locate her, Fang Lijuan once again went on the offensive. With a wave of her hand, countless clear crystals appeared around Li Jun. Then they started to gather energy like an energy cannon from a sci-fi movie. Then, with absolute speed, they rushed towards Li Jun. The latter, who still could not see these crystals, felt the threat of death rapidly approaching him. So, he instantly enveloped himself with a blood-red shield or dome. Unfortunately for him, this move did little to help except for increasing the rate at which he lost his origin essence. Meanwhile, in the D family's floating booth, Di Tian looked at the battle with a calm look on his face. Then he muttered with a sneer on his face. I cannot believe that the academy has resulted in using such a method. This Bai Han is nothing like his father. Anyway, his actions are beneficial to me, so why should I complain? Inside the Dao opening sect's floating booth, Wang Wei looked at the battle with a frown on his face. Instinctively, he felt that something was wrong, but he could not wrap his head around what it was. So, he immediately activated his true vision ability, so he instantly noticed that Li Jun's origin essence was diminishing at an alarming rate. But he could not find the reason. What's going on? He muttered to himself. The absorbing origin formation, replied Wu Hong. It's a quasi-emperor grade formation that can drain the origin essence of a supreme realm true monarch. It was very popular in the last era as a way to imprison people. After hearing this, he concentrated his ocular power, but he did not find anything. Where? He asked. Deep under the fighting arena, replied Wu Hong. Wang Wei then focused his eyes there, but he still could not see anything. So, he closed his eyes, mobilized the power of his souls to fuel the strength of his true vision. Finally, he discovered a very complex formation. The amount of runes in that array even made him dizzy just by looking at it. Wang Wei's first thought was to reveal the academy's cheating, but he soon gave up that idea. Even he needed the power of his soul to notice the existence of that formation, let alone others. Since it is a quasi-emperor tier, there is no guarantee that a true monarch may be able to discover its existence. And even if they did, he could guess that the academy has a backup plan for this formation to completely disappear before someone reveals its existence. Nevertheless, he still used his divine sense to warn his Dao protector. Unfortunately for him, a few minutes later, Yen Chun said to him, "I'm sorry, young master, I could not discover anything." Wang Wei's brain rapidly operated in order to find a solution. Maybe I could use the array virus to try to remotely control it? No, that won't work. The array virus cannot even work on a heaven-grade formation, let alone a quasi-emperor one. Then, he looked at Wu Hong. "Can't you do anything?" "Unfortunately, no," replied Wu Hong as she shook her head. "This formation is actually linked to the 8th Emperor tier formation of the Academy. As long as anyone tries to interfere with it in any way possible, it will self-destruct and erase any evidence of its existence." He sighed after hearing this. "It seems that I can only count on Li Jun to turn the odds in this battle." Meanwhile, Li Jun's body was battered with wounds all over his body. His legs and hands were pierced by the lasers shooting from Fong Lijuan's crystal gun. Many of his internal organs were also pierced. In general, he was in a pretty terrible shape. The only reason that he was not dead yet was due to the fact that he kept on summoning more soldiers, then sacrificed their blood and life energy to heal himself. Unfortunately, both the amount of summon and his body was slowly reaching their limits despite all of this. There was no look of despair in his eyes. On the contrary, his determination to win this battle did not waver in the slightest. He was desperately trying to discover the location. Suddenly, Li Jun mobilized all the strength of his body and instantly appeared in a certain location. He was so fast that few people could actually catch his movement. Without hesitation, he stabbed his slaughter blade in the direction that he appeared in. Weirdly, blood started falling from the empty air. Then Fong Lijuan's body materialized with a saber right through her heart. She coughed on a mouthful of blood that fell on Li Jun. Then she asked, "How did you discover me?" "I located you through the blood floating through your veins." "I should have expected that someone who cultivated the Tao of Slaughter would have some powers related to the blood," replied Fong Lijuan calmly. A calmness that ringed alarming bells on Li Jun's mind. With the same calmness, Fong Lijuan removed the blade from her body. Then a crystal heart appeared in the place where she was stabbed. Li Jun could actually see that a new heart was slowly being cultivated inside the crystal heart. Following which, all of Fong Lijuan's muscles and skins that were pierced rapidly healed, even her dress returned to a normal state. She looked at Li Jun, smiled coldly before saying, "Now, let the real battle commence. Of course, that is if you can still keep up." Li Jun's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. With his current shape, he was incapable of any intense fight. Not to mention that his origin essence was almost bottom out. "Do I have to use my taboo innate talent?" secretly thought Li Jun to himself. Chapter 251. After using healing crystals to heal all her injuries, Fong Lijuan used the power of the invisible talisman to disappear again. This time, however, it was not just as simple as her body becoming invisible. Her blood, skin, muscles, organs, bones, divine sea, aura, and even her souls became invisible. She was completely gone, and Li Jun could not track her existence at all. The majority of people in the audience could not track her whereabouts, including a few saints. Even Wang Wei himself could not see her with his bare eyes and had to use his true vision to see her. Of course, if these saints released their domains, they would be able to discover. However, given that Fong Lijuan was just in the supernatural realm and only had possession of the invisible talisman for a few decades, this accomplishment was astonishing. After becoming invisible, Fong Lijuan did not attack Li Jun immediately but said, "Many people believe that the invisible talisman can only allow this goddess to become invisible, but it can also affect my enemy. Now, God of War Li Jun," pronouncing the phrase God of War with the utmost disdain. "Let's see how you react when all your senses including taste, smell, sight, touch, sound, and divine sense become invisible." Her voice echoed throughout the fighting arena, seeming to be coming everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Immediately afterward, Li Jun knelt on the floor while grunting painfully. He discovered that his vision became black. He could not smell the surrounding environment. His mouth had a bland aftertaste that was impossible to get rid of. He could not feel anything or any part of his body. Even though he knew that he was half kneeling, he could not feel the sensation of the ground. No, it was more than that. He could not feel any part of his body, whether it was his limbs, muscles, or skin. It was like he was an empty form of consciousness without a physical body. He tried to sense his soul in his sea of consciousness or used his divine sense, but he could not feel the existence of any of these things as well. For Li Jun, being in this state was like torture. He could not tell the time, the place, and who he was. Every second felt like an eternity, and the constant darkness seemed to want to swallow him. He started to question his existence, and whether death was a possible relief for all this pain and suffering. Fortunately, Li Jun's will was iron solid, so he did not take any drastic action. Meanwhile, Fong Lijun looked at Li Jun writhing in pain, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. This Li Jun's will is more powerful than I expected. All the people I used this technique on immediately started squealing like pigs that were about to be butchered. After only a few seconds, they will commit suicide to end the suffering. While thinking all of this, Fong Lijun did not attack, but just keep watching to see how long he can withstand the pain. Unfortunately, she underestimates Li Jun's will. After more than a half hour, although he was still grunting in pain, he did not scream or nor take his own life. There is no way that any heaven chosen can have such powerful will on their own accord, especially in this early stage. So, there must be a reason for having such a strong will, secretly thought Fong Lijun. It should have something to do with the pagoda trial that I heard about. According to the information that our clan received, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty paid a heavy price to acquire access to this pagoda trial. Maybe I should ask my father to do the same for me. My emptiness of consciousness move will not last longer than an hour, so let's end this battle. With a wave of her hand, an invisible crystal spear manifested in front of her before heading straight to Li Jun's head. As she watched death slowly approach her once former enemy, Fong Lijun muttered softly to herself, "You should be glad to have your end by the hand of this goddess." And many people who could see her spear had similar thoughts as her. They thought that Sacred Son's Wang Wei was about to lose his right-hand general. As for Li Jun, he was defenseless, still half-kneeling on the ground. If still had an origin essence left, then it could automatically erect a barrier to protect him, even though it would be useless, but he was already running dry by now. Thus, his death was imminent. Right before the spear pierced Li Jun's head, a hand appeared and grabbed it. As soon as that hand touched the spear, it manifested itself to everyone. Then the hand crushed it. Only a few people noticed how that person appeared in the ring, but everyone immediately identified the owner, Wang Wei. Inside the academy, the teachers started discussing rapidly through divine sense with one another. Did he just break the space to teleport? I thought only Void-Shattered Realm Cultivator had this ability, said one teacher. No, his cultivation is still in the supernatural realm. You can feel the aura surrounding him. Then how did he do such a thing? Why are you surprised about this? What I care about is the fact that he just uses his bare hand to tear apart the peak heaven grade array that protected the fighting arena. This level of formation can protect against a peak Void-Shattered Realm Cultivator. The room instantly quiets down as many of these teachers became flabbergasted. There is no room to worry. He broke all his muscles and cracked a few bones in the process, replied Headmaster Baihan. The only reason he appeared perfectly fine is that these body's parts were instantly regenerated in less than a second. Unfortunately, his words were less than reassuring, as he just told them that not only does Wang Wei has unmatched physical strength, but also a terrifying regenerative ability. Without saying anything more, Headmaster Baihan stepped out of the booth and appeared in front of all the audience and distant watchers. Sacred Son Wang Wei, it is forbidden to intervene in any of the battles. Once someone steps into this arena, his or her life and death are determined by heaven and their skills. Look around, many people have lost precious friends and family members in this arena, but no one intervened. Just because you have a high status does not mean that you can break the rules as you please. Headmaster Baihan had a noble and sage-like demeanor while saying these words. He looked like someone determined to enforce the laws and rules at all cost, even his own life. Soon after he said these words, a random person in the audience suddenly shouted, "That's right. I lost my brother in this competition, but you did not see me intervene." "I lost my wife," screamed another person. Following this trend, and with a herd mentality, many members of the audience started to admonish Wang Wei's actions. They claimed that he had no right to break the rules to save his people. During the whole process, Bai Han had a kind look on his face as he nodded in agreement with the crowd, but secretly he was smirking. "Don't you like to use groups of people to do your bidding? Let's see how you like it when they are used against you." As for Wang Wei, he was calm throughout the entire situation. There was no change in his facial expression, no matter what the audience said. Then he snorted. A powerful spiritual pressure enveloped the entire arena, forcing everybody to become silent. All the cultivators from the lowest body refining realm to Saint realm felt like their souls were being crushed by a powerful force. Even the supreme realm true monarchs who were secretly in the stadium felt a brief pressure for a moment. After his snort, Feng Lijuan was forced out of her invisible state, and the attack she used on Li Jun was cancelled. Without saying a word, Wang Wei fed a pill into Li Jun's mouth, then picked him up and placed him on his shoulder. He then looked at Bai Han with a cold gaze. "You will regret this." Without waiting for the headmaster to say another word, he took out a jade talisman and contacted his father. "Wire, what is it?" "It's time for our plan to begin. This academy has been on their high horses for far too long. It's time to bring them down, time to remind them who truly stands at the apex of this world." Soon after that, Wang Wei disappeared from the stadium. Nevertheless, his last words echoed throughout the silent arena. Everyone watching this tournament knew that something big was about to happen with worldwide repercussions. As for the ones who were aware of what was about to happen, they cheered gleefully as they were finally about to reap the benefits promised by the Dao Opening Academy. Chapter 252. After hearing Wang Wei's last words, Bai Han's face became very ugly and twisted. Knowing his capabilities, he did not think that these were empty threats. "Headmaster, should we stop him?" suddenly asked one teacher through divine sense. They could tell that the reason that Wang Wei disappeared was that his Dao protector, Yan Chun, used the power of space to teleport him away. However, as long as the headmaster gave the order, true monarchs of their academy are more than capable of stopping them. Bai Han hesitated for a while after hearing this question. Thinking swiftly, he replied, "There is no need." Although Bai Han was enveloped by Qi of calamity, he could still barely keep his reason. He knew that too many people were currently watching this tournament. If he made such an order, it won't take a few seconds for all the Supreme Realm true monarchs to instantly appear and force their way into the world that the Academy is located in. The only way to stop them would be to use the Academy's Emperor formations. And if he did that, the Dao Opening Sect would use their Emperor artifacts. With Wang Wei's status and his father's love for him, Bai Han believed that they would not hesitate to do so. This kind of confrontation could quickly escalate to an Emperor Dao war. More importantly, Bai Han feared that the Supreme Realm true monarchs of the Academy might not listen to his orders. He could tell that many of them were very dissatisfied with his recent decisions, even if they did not outrightly say so. He could feel that the respect that they had for him as a born sage was slowly fading. So, he did not want to test their attitudes in this situation or give them more reasons to lose faith in his leadership abilities. All these thoughts took less than a millisecond to flash across his mind. After making his decision, he watched Yan Chun and Wang Wei leave. Then, he ordered, "Have all our spies pay close attention to the movements of the Dao Opening Sect. Not just them but all the emperor lineages of the world. I want to know every single movement that they make." Meanwhile, after spending a few minutes traveling through space, Wang Wei returned to the Dao Opening Sect with a comatose Li Jun. He headed straight to the alchemy hall and handed him to Great Elder Li Jian for treatment. Li Jian used his divine sense to scan Li Jun's body, then fed him some saint pills. "How is he?" asked Wang Wei. Great Elder Li Jian sighed. "Physically, He is perfectly fine after consuming the pills, but his mind seemed to be affected. I'm afraid that waking him up will have severe consequences. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Then his mind started to work rapidly. Wake him up. Sacred son, are you sure? I have an idea, so let me try. Great Elder Li Jian nodded, then took out a pill, crush it into powder. With a wave of his hand, the powder entered Li Jun's nose and mouth. Soon afterward, Li Jun opened his eyes. He screamed in pain for a few seconds before quiet down. I can see again, he said. Wait, why wouldn't I be able to see? He looked around for a moment before noticing Great Elder Li Jian and Wang Wei. Who are you, people? And what have you done to me? He tried to get up, but his body could not move. After struggling for a while, he stopped. Wait, where am I? No, more importantly, who am I? Do you people know me? Do you know my name? Both Great Elder Li Jian and Wang Wei frowned as they realized that the situation was more grave than anticipated. Wang Wei walked over to Li Jun, looked him deeply in the eyes. I need you to follow my words exactly as I say. Li Jun immediately quieted down after hearing this. For some reason, he felt like he could trust this strange person. His instinct told him that if he listened to that person, then everything might be all right. So, he nodded his head. Your name is Li Jun, and you cultivate the Tao of slaughter. The ultimate purpose of slaughter is to bring death to all things. And death is nothing but the end of the consciousness, absolute darkness devoid of everything, devoid of all senses. Now, close your eyes and meditate on the meaning of my words. After hearing the term, devoid of all senses, an intense fear appeared in Li Jun's mind. However, he forcefully controlled it by listening to Wang Wei's voice. After seeing Li Jun closing his eyes, Wang Wei took out a golden orb from his space ring. This was the merit he received during his Qi luck trial. Without hesitation, he placed it inside Li Jun's forehead. He looked at the peaceful face of Li Jun, then he muttered, This is all I can do for you for now. With this merit, it should be very easy to enter a state of enlightenment. So, whether you can heal and even grow from this experience all depends on yourself. After that, he left the alchemy hall heading to Tianwei Peak to meet with his father. Father, is everything ready? Yes, and all the other people have been notified. In that case, let's begin. Wang Wei went to take a shower, light up inkent, meditate for a few minutes, then and change into a ceremonial garment. Although he does not care for these formalities, this was required given the situation. Following this, he flew into a specific unoccupied mountain. There, all the high levels of the sect were waiting in front of an ancient altar. Even the supreme true monarchs were secretly present. Wang Wei walked to the altar, cupped his hand, and said, Heavenly Tao above, I have seen the woes of mortals in this world. Cultivators have the ability to escape the shackles of the earth, have a long lifespan, can destroy mountains and move rivers, can conquer life and death, can travel through the endless void, and can pass their inheritance for eternity. Despite all of this, mortals spend all of their lives living on little food. Most of them could not recognize words, write their names, or have any form of inheritance. They are ignorant. But I want to change all of this. Here, today, I have created the concept school to teach basic knowledge to all living mortals in this plane. I want to expand their minds, expel ignorance, enlighten them so that our civilization can thrive and prosper. Please acknowledge it. After Wang Wei said these words, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, alarming everyone. The eye looked directly in Wang Wei's position. Then, his words were broadcasted to the entire myriad emperor world. All cultivators, and more importantly, all mortals heard these words with shock on their faces. Then, many people started crying, laughing, and roaring in excitement. All trillions upon trillions of mortals in this world had excited smiles on their faces well. Most of them. In this world, nobles in the mortal world used knowledge to keep the peasants under control, and cultivators also used knowledge to keep these nobles under control. But now, this strict hierarchy was slowly being broken. Meanwhile, after Wang Wei's declaration, Many of the emperor factions who were invited to participate in this plan also have a ceremony of their own. Then, they all said the same thing, "Please allow it." This phrase echoed throughout the entire world. Heavenly Tao then looked at the elated look of the mortals, calculated the benefit of such a thing. Then it said, "Allow." Following this, a massive golden light appeared in the sky. It was golden merit. Then, it was split into different portions with 20% landed on the hand of Wang Wei and the Tao opening sect. The remaining was divided into the different emperor lineages based on the previously agreed amount. Another smaller purple orb also manifested and landed on Wang Wei's hand. As the creator of this plan, he was especially rewarded. However, things did not end there. A giant multiple-colored dragon appeared in the sky. Then, under a mysterious force, a third of its body was cut apart. The faces of the people of the Emperor Enlightening Academy became ugly after seeing this, as this was their academy's Chi Luck dragon. Afterward, it did not take them long to figure out what was going on. Since their founder Emperor Kong invented the concept of academy and sharing knowledge with all cultivators, the Chi Luck associated with it has always been in their possession, always blessing their academy. But now, with the invention of school by Wang Wei, which has a similar premise as their invention of academy, and with school having far more reaching potential as the number of mortals far outclassed cultivators, they could no longer enjoy such blessing all to themselves. This plan directly affected their foundation in this world. Title: Consequences. Chapter 253. After a third of the Academy's Chi Luck was cut off from them, a new Chi Luck dragon slowly formed. However, this one was different due to its color, pure white. After being formed, the pure white Chi Luck dragon rapidly traveled around the world, while swallowing a bunch of white lights from the bodies of all the mortals, thus rapidly growing in size. "Is that the Chi Luck dragon associated with the concept of school?" asked one of the elders of the Tao opening sect in awe. No one answered them as they were too busy marveling at the sight they were witnessing. Suddenly, one of the elders said, "I'm guessing that the only time our sect created such an achievement was when our ancestor first created the origin path system." All the people realized that this was indeed true. One person immediately bowed to Wang Wei, who was still standing in front of the altar. "Thank you, young sect master, for recreating the glory of our ancestors." "Thank you, young sect master," added another person. Following this, many other elders and even all the great elders bowed to him. Wang Wei could guess the real reason for this gift. For so many years, the Tao opening sect has been relying on the Chi Luck of the origin path system created by the ancestors. However, as time passed, many people feared that someday, they would no longer be blessed by it. And this was an unnecessary worry, as there are precedents to follow. Sects created by the formation ancestors, array ancestors, and so on, although they still survive to this day, many if not all of them have either started to decline or reach a plateau in their development. They have to use their long-standing heritage to remain relevant in this world. After the Tao opening sect reached the 9th emperor, many people have already started to notice the declining trend of the sect. But now, there was hope for revitalization. Wang Wei nodded as he accepted these people's gifts. He did not act like a younger generation, as he knew that this was not the time to be humble. Sometimes, acting humble when deserving to be praised can appear very hypocritical. So, he said, "You can all get up. This is just the beginning of the rise of our Tao opening sect. Hopefully, one day we will be able to spread schools to all the worlds in our community, and even to all the worlds in the endless void." Then, the upper echelons raised their heads with excitement. They imagined what it would be like to follow the Qiyuan Emperor's step, to spread their ideas and philosophies across countless planes. It would be a truly grand era. Meanwhile, the pure white dragon finished his travels around the world, thus doubling its size. The truth of the matter was that its general size was actually quite small compared to the Chi Luck dragon of an average emperor lineage with only one great emperor. And that was because the concept of school was just created and not yet executed. The benefits and downsides of this system have not been shown yet. So, after the pure white dragon finished its initial growth, It cut off a small section of its tail. Then it rushed straight into the Tao opening sect, fusing with the sect's multicolored Qi luck dragon. As the small part of its tail, it was divided into many small parts and fused with the Qi luck of different emperor lineages who participated in this plan. Many of them sighed after seeing this. Unlike the merit, they had no say on how to divide the Qi luck. Unfortunately, as the creator of this concept, the Tao opening sect is entitled to most of it, just like the Emperor Enlightening Academy was when they were first created. Some people even slightly regretted their decision for a moment, but quickly extinguished their thoughts thinking about the current and future benefit that they received. As the concept of school is executed, the amount of merit received will keep increasing until it reaches a standard and stops. Well, even the Qi luck will also increase. So, after the pure white Qi luck dragon headed to its rightful place, the Tao opening sect and all these emperor lineages started to take action. Countless cultivators started using their abilities to build countless schools all over the world, from the central continent all the way to the east, west, and south, the only exception being the north. After these schools were created, they started recruiting mortals on a large scale. As for the teachers of these mortals, well, Wang Wei wanted to train many people before the plan was executed, but these factions wanted to do it themselves. The reason being that it was easier for them to gather more merit, and also because it was another way for them to garner positive karma. With positive karma, the heavenly tribulations of these teachers were dramatically reduced. So, the role of teachers became a valuable commodity among the disciples of these sections. Meanwhile, on top of Ceremonial Mountain, Wang Wei watched all of this happening in the sect's domains through his divine sense, while also knowing that similar things were also happening in most domains of the Myriad Emperor world. Then he sneered. All these cultivators are so blinded by the benefit of merit that they failed to see the larger plans at large. Wang Wei never liked how the civilization of this world was a mixture of very advanced and backward. One side, cultivator, could do so many heaven-defying things like travel through space and time, while the other, mortals, could barely eat daily. So he planned to change that. Unfortunately, this world has been like this for billions of years, so how can they easily change? Using force is one way, and Wang Wei knew that once he became a great emperor, he would have the strength to do so, but that would only be counterproductive. He could foresee that as soon as he left this world, things would go back to the way they were. And the conservative nature of these cultivators might make them even become more reserved. So, he planned to take it slow and show these people the benefits of an advanced civilization. According to Wang Wei, there are two absolute ways to convince someone to change. One is to guide them into thinking it was their own idea in the first place, or two, showing them the benefits of doing so. So, he organized a collaboration with all these emperor lineages to accomplish his plans. Of course, these people do not yet know the benefit of mortals as they are too focused on acquiring merit and good karma. Furthermore, Wang Wei still has many plans ahead. His ideal goal is to turn the Myriad Emperor world just like the Warring Kingdom world that his Qi luck trial took place. However, he also knows that the complex nature of this world is far from what a small thousand world can compare to, so he was not in a hurry. He still had plenty of time. With the school system, all the mortals in the world will no longer be illiterate and have a basic understanding of the world. After a few generations, they can build on the basic knowledge that they were granted and lay a solid foundation for the future. By the time Wang Wei becomes a great emperor, it will become much easier to advance the level of civilization of the entire world. A few days have passed, and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has temporarily suspended the tournament. A meeting was taking place inside the headmaster quarter. Bai Han looked haggard, and his sage-like appearance was gone. "What is the current situation?" asked Bai Han with a listless look on his face. With the drastic decrease in Qi luck, the cultivation increase that all teachers and students were blessed have also decreased, resulting in many people secretly complaining. And, like fortune dynasties, the Qi luck of sects also blessed its members based on their position. For example, sect master, great elders, and different levels of disciples have different levels of blessings. "And what?" asked Bai Han. "Many of our disciples' loyalty has been shaking up after the recent incidents. I fear that many of them have already contacted other factions in an attempt to change sides. Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. He guessed that the situation might even be more severe than stated. I'm afraid it is not just the disciples but many of the elder teachers. There may even be some of the people sitting inside this room. You need to watch these suspected disciples clearly, and I permit you to execute anyone who is found to be a traitor. Furthermore, there is no need to worry. Even if they defected, these disciples have powerful bands on their souls so that they cannot reveal our emperor techniques to other factions. The head of the wisdom, I nodded. As the person responsible for the spying agency of the academy, he rarely has the authority to do anything without the order of the headmaster. How is Lin Fan? Asked Bai Han. Besides showing envy towards Wan Wei, he is not that affected. It seems that his loyalty to the academy is not a problem for now. Bai Han was relieved. In that case, the headmaster paused midway through his sentence as he received a message through divine sense. His face changed for a moment before returning to normal. He then said to all the people present, "Excuse me, I have to attend another meeting." Chapter 254. Bai Han walked to another building of the academy while wondering why the supreme teacher summoned him. Usually, when they have something to say or report to him, they would come in person. But this time, they summoned him. Thus, he knew that something was wrong. After entering the meeting room, Bai Han's heart skipped a beat because he saw all the active true monarchs of the academy in the same room. And this time, there was not the usual respect that they had for him. After a quick analysis of the structure of the room, Bai Han could guess the reason for this meeting. "Bai Han, do you know your crimes?" directly asked one of the true monarchs. "I do not know," replied Bai Han. "Even now you are still trying to absolve yourself of your crimes? The majority of our sect's chi luck is gone, the loyalty of many of our disciples is wavering, and more importantly, we lost the spirit of the epic. You of all people should understand what this means to our academy." Of course, Bai Han knew what it meant for the academy to lose the spirit of the epic. With it, their academy was guaranteed to cultivate a ninth emperor soon and later to balance out the power of the Tao opening sect. But now, nothing was certain. They might cultivate one on their own effort, or they might spend billions of years without any success. Nothing was set in stone anymore. Bai Han took a deep breath before answering. "All of this is Wang Wei's fault. If you did not antagonize him, do you think would reach such a state?" rebutted another true monarch. Bai Han looked at the person who spoke and recognized him. He belonged to a group of the older generations who advocate using their powerful cultivation level to take power or control of the academy. Bai Han never liked him and was constantly butting head with him. "There is no need to say something so naive," replied the headmaster. "Even without my actions, Wang Wei would never allow our academy to continue growing and reach the level of threatening the Tao opening sect. My actions can best be described as expediting the time he takes action against us." The previous supreme teacher who spoke snorted coldly. "Even if what you said is true, the situation would never escalate so quickly. If you had accepted his offer to see the Tao tablets, our academy would have received a lot of benefits. I only did that to prevent him from growing too powerful. This only shows that you do not have as much of an accepting mind as him and his confidence. Didn't he allow Ji Song to gain access to the pagoda trial fully knowing that it would help train his opponent? You could have accepted his offer, but limit the amount of time he could spend there to reduce the advantages that he would receive." Bai Han did not say anything after hearing this. As for the other true monarchs, they secretly sighed but did not say anything. However, that elder did not stop talking. "Not to mention that you almost ruined the academy's reputation by the little stunt you pulled on both Li Jun and Ji Song." Bai Han took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he asked, "Did you call me here to berate me?" "No, we did not." This time it was another true monarch that spoke. "We called you here to announce that effective immediately, you are hereby removed from your position as the headmaster." Although Bai Han expected this outcome when he was summoned to this meeting, he was still angry and worried after hearing the official decision. So he hurriedly said, "You cannot do this." "Oh, why is that?" asked a true monarch with a sneer on his face. Bai Hai paused for a moment, his mind rapidly moving. Then he gritted his teeth before saying, "Because I am the son of Emperor Kong. My father and mother built this academy, and am its rightful heir." The room instantly became quiet, however. Bai Han did not see any look of surprise on these people's faces, so a bad premonition overcame him. "We were already aware of this fact," responded one of the true monarch. "What? How come?" "After you were born, a will of the founder manifested itself and told us about your existence. He even warned us not to let you go too far, and if necessary, we should deprive you of your status and position." Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. That damn old man. Has he calculated everything? Has he been watching me make a clown of myself? Damn him. He then looked at all these true monarchs. "Is that the reason you all respected me so much? The reason that you chose me to become the headmaster?" Bai Han was roaring by the end of the sentence. His eyes were red and veins could be seen squirming on his forehead. "Of course not," replied one of the true monarch. "If you were incompetent, we would never allow you to become the headmaster." "Correct. We also admire your understanding of cultivation and the ability to guide others." Bai Han snorted. "Hell will be frozen before I believe your words." Many of the true monarchs secretly sighed as they could see that Bai Han had a lot of emotional problems when it comes to his father. With their strength and status, they do not need to lie about such a thing. Of course, they also did not want to completely ruin their relationship with him. After all, he was an emperor offspring. Unfortunately, this did not apply to all the members. The one who wanted to take power snorted coldly before saying, "Do not act as if you ever relied on yourself to accomplish anything. Do you think that it was your effort that granted you such a deep understanding of cultivation? I can imagine how many years you have spent listening to the founder preach the Tao, listening to his understanding of cultivation." Bai Han clenched his hand until they turned red, while also glaring at that true monarch with bloodshot eyes. "Fate is unfair, but it was favorable to you. It granted you wealth, status, and power at birth. Instead of being grateful for these things, you've forsaken them for heaven knows what reason. But what has that decision gotten you? You were suppressed by Wang Tian in the last generation, and in this one, you were played like a fool by his son. You do not know me and the things that I have been through, so don't act as if you do," replied Bai Han. The true monarch wanted to say something, but another person said, "Enough. There is no need to further ruin our relationship. What the academy needs now is to unite to deal with the situation, not play a blame game." All the other people nodded. As for Bai Han, he gave one last look at these people before saying, "You will regret this." Then he left the meeting hall without looking back. "We should probably send someone to monitor him, lest he does something drastic and affecting our academy." "That's a good idea. Now let's talk about how to deal with the situation. There is nothing we can do at the moment about our academy's loss of chi luck." "Not necessarily." "Oh, do you have an idea?" "Yes. We can try to conquer a few other worlds to supplement our loss of chi luck." That's a good idea, but there is a lot of problem with this method. We have to spend a lot of time to discover these worlds, send people to conquer them, and link the gathered chi luck with our academy. Logistically speaking, it is not worth it. There is a reason that mostly great emperor can take place in planar warfare. However, this is still a good way to mediate our current situation. In that case, let's vote. Agree. Agree. All the true monarchs agreed with this plan. Does anyone has any other ideas? I think we should remove the focus of the world from us to something else. That way we can become low-key and develop our strength. Indeed, but how do we accomplish this? Didn't Ji Song and Wang Wei set up a battle? With Wang Wei's recent actions, anything related to him will become the main focus of the world. That could work, but the question is, how do we accomplish this with the tournament still going on? "I think we should do this," stated one of the true monarch. "Isn't that a little too drastic?" Plus, there is no precedent for doing this. In this situation, we do not have the luxury to worry about precedent. That's true. So, let's vote. The majority of them voted for this plan, while a few voted against it. Now, let's discuss how to deal with Sacred Son Wang Wei. Any ideas? Chapter 255. The room became quiet after someone brought this topic. Should our attitude remain as tough as Baihan? Asked one of the true monarch. There is no need for that. Then what do we do? How about doing nothing? What do you mean? We all know that Wang Wei wants to use his victory over Ji Song to acquire a token to enter the secret realm of the Tao tablets. So we just have to let him. That's a good idea, but your entire plan is based on the premise that Wang Wei will be the victor in this battle. Was there ever any doubt about this? Before Baihan gave him the Devil God Bone, maybe. In my opinion, the bone only gives him the ability to not instantly being defeated. All of you should have seen how easily Wang Wei broke that heaven tier formation with his bare hands. These true monarchs remembered that moment and realized that this person was right. On top of that, I noticed that most people seem to have forgotten something, his physique. Every time people talk about Wang Wei's strength, they mention his intelligence, soul, and fleshly body, but never the advantage of his special physique. That's true, said another true monarch. Logical speaking, the Tao of Fate should be on par with chaos. The only reason that it was not ranked first or second is probably because it is still considered an acquired physique in the eyes of heavenly Tao. I thought that the reason that his physique was never mentioned was that without the proper cultivation technique, or breaking into the void-shattered realm and controlling the power of law, the advantages it brought him was very limited, just like Mo Xingyan's Heaven Devour physique. No, the Heaven Devour physique still grants Mo Xingyun fighting abilities. Plus, she has the Heaven Devouring Emperor as a blueprint on how to use and evolve her physique. But Wang Wei has to start from scratch. Many people have speculated that this Fate Puppeteer physique will grant its owner the natural ability to calculate the secrets of heaven without paying too much of a price, unlike the people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. You guys seem to have overlooked something, said the true monarch who believed that Wang Wei would easily win his battle. During the Qi luck trial, he was the final winner and acquired a rainbow-colored luck. So, he should have acquired an innate talent perfected suited for his physique after entering the supernatural realm. The true monarch's eyes light up as they realized that they indeed overlooked this fact. Innate talent is a gift granted from heaven and earth to those it deemed both worthy and fortunate. As such, it is usually designed to perfectly fit the person's physique, if she has one, temperament, dreams or goals and desires. From what these people knew about Wang Wei and based on the name of the physique, they can guess that he was not the kind of person that planned to use this physique solely for divination. Most likely, he wanted to control his fate along with the fate of myriad things in existence, just like a puppeteer and his marionettes. Adding to that the massive amount of luck he received during the trial, his innate talent is most likely very powerful. As for Ji Song's innate talent, although they could guess that it was also very powerful, it does not change the fact that he only had a purple gold level of Qi luck after leaving the trial. I think this is a good way to end this matter without further antagonize the Tao opening sect. However, we will most likely lose that Devil God Bone. Not necessarily. If our plans for Lin Fan works, then just like Baihan said, all he has to do is get it back from Wang Wei. That's true. In that case, let's vote on the matter. I agree. All the true monarchs agreed on this proposition. Finally, let's decide on the next headmaster of the academy and when to announce it to the world. I still think that we should not let these people control the power of the academy. We already decided on this. As the remnant of the last generation, we should not intervene too much on the government of the academy. Otherwise, the contradictions you just had with Baihan will happen with all the current upper echelon members of his generation. This will then lead to instability in the academy. All I'm hearing is excuses. Alright, let's decide on the next headmaster. If you have someone to nominate, do so now. Inside a large and luxurious residence decorated with star-like black color, a young man was sitting inside a room with many beautiful women with him. There were at least 30 of them. However, based on the sitting arrangement, it is easy to distinguish the status of these women on this handsome young man's face, as there were 2 of them who were sitting at the very front. One of them was playing the zither, while the other had food in front of her to feed him. Unfortunately, this young man seemed very distracted, thus was not in the mood for material sustenance. Suddenly, the young man woke up from his daze and immediately took out a talisman from his space ring. Then, his face changed as he yelled, "What? How could this be?" "Husband, what happened?" asked the beautiful lady with the food in front of her. The handsome young man, who was in fact Lin Fan, said with gritted teeth, "The Academy has decided to cancel the remaining rounds of the tournament." The beautiful woman with the food was in fact Mu Chunhua, the saintess of the heavy water sect. She was brought over from the lower realm along with Lin Fan's family. Then what will happen to the participants? Since the top 30 have already been chosen, then they can still place their names on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book and enter the secret realm of the Tao Tablets. On top of that, since there is no official ranking, then the time that all the people can spend there will be the same. Mu Chunhua frowned. "Husband, I do not understand. Isn't it a good thing for the tournament to be cancelled? That way, you do not have to reveal all your hidden cards for the future." "I could not give a damn about hiding my powers. I just want the world to see what I'm capable of," replied Lin Fan. "Ever since I came to this world, I've always been underestimated by everyone due to my low background. Even after I defeated the previous number 1 acting true disciple, who was in the primordial spirit realm, and become the true heir of the Academy, many people still underestimated me. Especially that damn list created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. They placed me at the bottom of all the top 5 heavenly physique. Even the number 6 physique, Zhen Biu, who was ranked after me, was speculated to be more powerful than me. Don't forget that Wang Wei. Everyone seems to always compare my strength, talents, and abilities with him. He has become the standard for the perfect heaven chosen. And with his recent actions everywhere I go, I can hear people talking about him one way or another." The room became quiet for a moment, with only the low melody of the zither could be heard. Then, Mu Chunhua said, "Husband, you do not have to worry about all of this. Didn't the Academy design a plan for you to catch up to these people? As long as you follow it, then you will be able to easily suppress all of them just like you did on our world." Lin Fan paused for a moment after hearing this, looked at Mu Chunhua for a few seconds before moving his gaze to the woman next to her. His eyes were first full of admiration, as if he was seeing the most beautiful thing in the world, then of doting and love. "Shire, what do you think?" She Sure, who was quietly playing her zither, smiled an act which seemed to lighten up the entire room, responded, "It does not matter what I think, but what you want, husband. What I want, of course, to show the world what I'm capable of. Then you need to do so, but the tournament is cancelled." "True, but before this, the Academy has to announce it to the world. And during that time, there will still be a fighting ring and a large audience watching." Lin Fan frowned as his mind rapidly operated. "That's right. With so many people watching, all I have to do is challenge these top heaven chosen and showed the world my ability. And if they refused, I can instigate them just like that Wang Wei did to Ji Song." After thinking about this, Lin Fan immediately became excited, so he rushed to hug Shi Sure while saying, "Shire, it's you who knows me the best." Meanwhile, Mu Chunhua looked at all of this, secretly sighed, and lowered her head. By now, she was used to this. Chapter 256. While Lin Fan was happily hugging his beautiful wife and being intimate with her to the jealousy or envy of the other in the room, she was secretly thinking to herself, "Now that he thinks that this is his idea, if something goes wrong, he won't blame me for it." Compared with Wang Wei's calm and calculated demeanor, this Lin Fan is far beyond. But with his absolute chaos physique, his potential is truly unheard of, so he still has a lot of room to grow. Thinking about Wang Wei and her meeting with him, she sure internally gritted her teeth. You think that I'm a worthless vase? They'll show you who's a vase. Someday you will regret saying these words to me. Northern Black Tortoise Continent. A secret meeting of the Demon Council. Is this meeting about the recent invention of school? Asked one of the demon tribe chiefs. That's correct, replied the Golden Lion chiefess. As one of the 4 main chiefs, she was in charge of many of the meetings. So, are we going to create demon school to receive merit and chi luck from heavenly Tao? Although the amount we would receive would be quite pitiful compared to the humans, it is still better than nothing. Unfortunately, we cannot, replied the Black Tiger chief with a desolate look on his face. His whole temperament screamed defeated. Why not? Because the humans have already warned us not to do so. They do not want us to take a piece of their benefit. Many of them wanted to come to the north to set up the school themselves and even sent human teachers to teach. What? How audacious these humans are. So, did you accept? Of course not, replied the Battle Saint Ape Chief. Although our demon clan is weakened and constantly suppressed, nevertheless, it is not to the point that humans can arbitrarily intervene in the northern continent. If what you said is true, then why do we have to listen to these humans' warning about setting up the school? That's because many of the emperor lineages warned us at the same time, so we have to take their words seriously. You all should know that the majority of the time, the humans are fighting and competing against one another, so they usually ignore us. However, when it comes to their benefit, they will not hesitate to ally together to crusade against us, said the Peacock Chief. The room then became silent for a moment, with deep sigh riveting throughout. Finally, someone asked, what do we do then? We can still open school throughout our territories, but we just cannot get the approval of heavenly Tao. Doesn't that mean we will not have any merit or chi luck? So, basically, we will do the same thing our ancestors did when Emperor Kong invented the concept of academy? The room once again became quiet, this time lasting even longer. All these chiefs lamented that after so many years, after 2 eras and so many generations, the conditions of their demon race have not improved even the slightest. There is something that I'm wondering, asked one of the chiefs. What's the point of creating this school? I understand establishing the academy and spreading knowledge to all our tribes that can cultivate. So who's this school for? These demonic beasts? With their low intelligence, they cannot learn anything no matter what we do. You are correct, replied the Golden Lion chiefess. However, our demon school will not teach these beasts how to read and write like the humans, but we will preach the Tao to them to increase their odds of opening their wisdom and become demons. A lot of people had ugly looked on their faces after hearing this. In the Myriad Emperor world, there is only one way for a beast to be classified as a demon. After being baptized by spiritual chi for many years or after having a fortunate encounter, an ordinary animal will open their wisdom and activate its bloodline powers, and instinctively can absorb spiritual chi from heaven and earth to further evolve. Technically speaking, these animals are considered the demon race. Unfortunately, the concept of bloodline superiority has been ingrained in the demon race for countless eras, so they looked down on these demon races and called them demonic beasts. Then, after a demonic beast opens his wisdom and started cultivating, once it reached the supernatural realm, it can go through heavenly tribulation to turn into human form. By then, they will officially be accepted as demon race instead of demonic beasts. Unfortunately, these types of demon race faced heavy discrimination among their race. They are often treated as slaves or servants to a more powerful demon race with better bloodlines. They received less few resources, do the dirtiest of jobs. In general, they are treated worse than excrement. Even in the academies opened by the demon race whose purpose was to share knowledge, they were not treated equally. I know how many of you feel about the demonic beasts, but given the current situation, this is not the time to be picky. With this method, the number of demon races can increase greatly, thus granting us the chance to compete with the humans at least in terms of population. We will not be completely outnumbered. I disagree. All we need is to have our own eternal emperor, then our situation will change for the better. We are only doing this as a backup. just in case things don't go as we planned," said the Golden Rock Chief. "So, what you are saying is that you guys do not have faith in him to become an eternal emperor? You know that this is not what we meant?" He replied back, "How do I know what you mean?" The Golden Lion Chiefess couched lightly, rendering the room silent. "The simple truth is that an eternal emperor is not absolute. Didn't the humans have one that turned his back on? What happened to him? He was exiled and never seen before. How do we know that the same thing won't happen to him after he proves the Tao? So, we need a backup plan in case things goes wrong. After all, the fate of our entire race depends on how decisions." Although these demon chiefs knew that her words were reasonable, unfortunately, their entire culture and civilization were built on the concept of bloodline supremacy. Wanting them to change their views on these demonic beasts so easily was not that simple. While these chiefs were still hesitating on their choices, a suddenly melodious voice ringed throughout heaven and earth. The voice was beautiful and contained a mysterious power that could charm everyone and everything between heaven and earth. "Heavenly Tao above, the demon race is weak and savage, causing countless calamities across the world and gaining negative karma. This is all because they do not know better. So, I would like to open the demon school to preach to them and open their wisdom. Guide them to live in harmony with humans for the better of our world." After these words echoed throughout the world, Heavenly Tao I did not appear this time, but countless golden merits still manifested from the sky and headed for that voice. However, this time the merit was not divided. Following this, a pure white chi luck dragon also appeared, cut a very small part of luck from the Emperor Enlightening Academy, before heading in the same direction as his predecessor. "Damn it!" screamed the four main chiefs at the same time. Meanwhile, a few of the demon chiefs also had ugly looks on their faces. "Isn't that the voice of Su Xiong, the matriarch of the Fox Demon Tribe? You mean the traitor? What is going? Can someone explains?" The people of the Tao opening sect used the traitor Su Xiong to create the demon school. That way, they can completely control both the merit and chi luck associated with school in the entire Myriad Emperor world. "Didn't you see that the new chi luck dragon also fused with their sect's chi luck dragon, and all the merits fell on their hands?" replied the Peacock Chiefess with gritted teeth. The faces of these chiefs became ugly after hearing this. Although they could not do so because the humans warned them, it does not mean that they wanted other people to do it as well, especially their enemy, the human race. In that case, we should not create our own school in our territories. Otherwise, all the merits and chi luck of our actions will go to the Tao opening sect, while we get absolutely nothing, said one of the chiefs. "On the contrary, we must do it, and as soon as possible," said the Golden Lion Chiefess. "Why?" "Because, with this move, the human race can dramatically increase the number of demon race in their territory." "Isn't that a good thing for us?" "Stupid. These demon races will be either brainwashed or forcefully controlled to serve the human race. They will not recognize us and even attack us. I can see a few generations from now, the northern black continent is full of these demon races that treat humans as their master. Then, these new demons race can start fighting with us in order to replace us, leading to a massive war. With the support of the human race, they might win the war and completely replace us. That way, the human race can completely control the Myriad Emperor world without even losing much. Whoever came up with this plan is truly a terrifying person. Chapter 257. Follow. After the invention of the demon school, the people most affected were the other emperor lineages, as they were also trying to find a way to control this aspect of merit and chi luck of the concept of school. Unfortunately, Wang Wei was prepared beforehand and got there before them. Many people did not expect that the Tao opening sect would use the Fox Demon clan that betrayed the demon race more than a century ago. As such, many people started to wonder whether Wang Wei planned all of this back then. Back when he was like 8 years old and invited the Fox clan to help him refine the pagoda. Unfortunately, these people gave him too much credit. To achieve this plan, a great deal of knowledge and information regarding the workings of Chi luck is needed. and Wang Wei only reached that level during his Qi luck trial after his luck turned from black to gold. Another group or race that was affected by the recent situation was of course the spirit race. Regrettably, the school system could not apply to them because of how their race is created. Like the demon race, the spirit race contained individuals or things who have gained sentience, like plants, flowers, stones, weapons, or even concepts like dreams. However, the spirit race is the darling of heaven and earth. Due to how difficult it is for these things to acquire wisdom, as soon as they do, they will be baptized by heaven and earth and turned into human shape. Furthermore, each spirit race is born with their inheritance designed specifically by heaven and earth, so they usually do not need cultivation techniques from other people. As such, each new member of the spirit race is usually a very talented individual. In general, the spirit race is similar to a lesser version of the primordial gods and innate demons from the primordial era. Born from heaven and earth, granted own cultivation technique at birth, extremely talented, and usually have a longer lifespan than ordinary cultivators. The only difference between them is the fact that the spirit race is not born with an extremely high cultivation realm. The majority of them have to start cultivating from scratch after taking human shape. While some more talented might be born in the body refining realm or divine sea realm, only a very few talented ones are born in the divine altar realm. As such, the concept of academy did not apply to them because all their members are born with their fitted cultivation technique. As for the concept of school, it cannot apply to them as well, even the demon version of it. The members of the spirit race are too diverse. After all, technically speaking, anything object both organic or inorganic can become a member of their race as long as they gain sentience. For example, one of the most famous great emperors of the spirit race is the Everlasting Dream Emperor, the founder of the Eternal Dream sect located in the southern Vermilion Bird continent. One of the reasons that he is so famous was not only because of his power but his interesting origin. Back in the incense era, one great emperor tried to destroy one of the forbidden land, but was failed and was injured instead. To recuperate from his injury, he entered a deep slumber. And during that slumber, the great emperor started to dream. Of course, as a higher being, his dream was not a normal one, so it affected the entire area that he was sleeping, turning it into his dream. Even after that emperor recuperated and left the Myriad Emperor world, his dream remained in that area. Then, after a few millennia, his dream gained sentience and turned into human shape. It turned into a member of the spirit race. Later, that spirit race went on to prove the Tao and took the name Everlasting Dream, created the Eternal Dream sect. So, with the complexity of the spirit race, the school system provided them with no advantage. Nevertheless, some people were still willing to try the same method as the demon race, preaching to inanimate objects to see whether they can accelerate the rate at which members of their clans can be born. Tao Opening Sect, Tianwei Peak. Wang Wei was having a meeting with all the upper echelons of the sect. They were going over all the problems that arose in the past few days. "Anything to report?" asked Wang Wei. "Everything seemed to be going well with a few minor problems," said one of the great elders. "It's a shame that the Emperor Enlightening Academy already secretly controlled the Qi Luck aspect related to Demon Academy. Otherwise we could have done even more damage to them." Well, Emperor Kong was a very wise individual. How could he not notice such benefit and leaving it for others to exploit? Replied Wang Wei calmly. "Anyway, we are still the ones who benefited the most in this situation. Now, let's talk about the minor problems you mentioned. Many of the Emperor factions have complained about not sharing the benefit of the demon school luck. Ignore them. If they were the ones who executed this idea first, they would never share the benefit," responded Wang Wei. "Anything else? The number of mortals attending school is not as high as predicted. The reason? Many of them need to farm to feed their family, so they are worried about the next harvest. Send a few divine sea realm disciples that know water spell to help irrigate their farms, and the ones who know wood spells to further increase the yield of each field. However, this is not a permanent solution. We need the mortals to be self-sufficient to some degree. So, let's start introducing the farming constructs that I made during my Qi Luck trial to them. Not just them, but all the ones that I used to make the great Xia dynasty so prosperous." "Young sect master, Should we be worried about other sects stealing our blueprints for the constructs? There is no need to worry about that, as these constructs are not that difficult to copy. The technical aspect of them is not as high as you imagine. All we need to focus on is to get as much benefit as possible as quickly as possible. As for other factions copying us, it is inevitable, but we will still have a large enough head start to dramatically increase our advantages. Of course, Wang Wei was not telling the whole truth. He wanted these factions to copy him. He always wanted to bring the civilization of the Myriad Emperor world forward. Yet he also knew how difficult it would be with the somewhat conservative and backward mentality of many of these factions. However, now was his chance to do it without anyone even noticing. By advancing the domains that the Tao opening sect from the ancient time to a more modern time through artifact refining, many other factions, after noticing and envying all the benefit that their sect is receiving, will secretly copy their actions to gather more merit and more luck. In that way, thinking that it was their ideas, will slowly start developing their own domains. Wang Wei can foresee that soon there will crawling dragon constructs, modern train, soaring phoenix constructs, modern plane, and flying horse carriage, modern car, all over the Myriad Emperor world. By the time some people notice something wrong, the world would have changed so much that it would be very difficult to change back. What about the nobles and wealthy of the mortal kingdoms? How did they react? Asked Wang Wei. Well, given the fact that education used to be the way that they enforced their rules over ordinary people, all of them were not happy about the situation. Some of them even tried to use force to prevent commoners from attending the schools. Of course, with us cultivators intervening in the situation, they were forced to compromise. However, I heard a few mortal kings became mad and ordered the massacre of all the people in their kingdom. These people should not be a problem, right? Asked Wang Wei. No problem at all. After nodding, he continued asking, what about the Western White Tiger continent? Not a lot of emperor lineage from there participated in this plan. So how did the devil cultivators there act? Them? They also started schools. Oh, responded Wang Wei with a little surprise. Did they want to use merit to offset some of their bad karma? That's correct. Wang Wei nodded. Then he spent a few hours dealing with all the issues concerning the recent events. After the meeting finished, he flew straight into the alchemy hall. Inside a room, he saw Yan Liling sitting cross-legged across a still comatose Li Jun with a look of worry on her face. So, he patted her shoulder while saying, "You do not have to worry about him. He is just in a deep state of enlightenment. And even if something were to happen to him, I would find a way to save him." Yan Liling nodded as she was reassured. Given the world-shaking things that Wang Wei did in the past few days, she believed in his words. Chapter 258. Wang Wei spent the next few days accompanying Li Jun, and on the third day after his arrival, Li Jun's eyes finally opened. He first looked around with a little confusion in his eyes, which was then quickly replaced by clarity as he muttered to himself. The ultimate form of slaughter encompasses the pain, scream, despair, and grief of losing everything. It's having the ability to send all your opponent and enemies into a state of emptiness, a state of desolateness, a state of darkness. Called death. After saying these words, Li Jun's eyes turned dark red for a moment before returning to normal. He finally turned his head around. "Linger, is that you?" "Yes, it's me," replied Yan Liling with tears falling down her eyes, but she quickly wiped them off. Following this, Li Jun looked at Wang Wei before saying, "Big brother, I'm sorry I could not get the token for you. You do not need to blame yourself. After all, this is not your fault," replied Wang Wei. Li Jun's eyebrows raised a little after hearing this. Then he asked, "Does it have to do with the reason that my origin essence was rapidly decreasing?" "Yes, the Academy cheated. They used a secret formation to absorb your origin essence, giving Feng Li Juan the advantage." "Is that so?" replied Li Jun. However, these words did not comfort him. He knew perfectly well that even without the Academy's interferences, his chances of winning against her were very slim. Meanwhile, after guessing Li Jun's current mood, Wang Wei patted his shoulder as he said, You should be aware that one failure does not mean anything, so cheer up. Additionally, didn't you gain something from this experience? How about we test your newfound ability? Li Jun's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then he took a pill from Yen Liling's hand and swallowed. A few minutes later, he was back on his feet. Standing in front of him was a very large demonic beast that looked like a rhino. Without hesitation, Li Jun took out his spear, and a red light appeared on the tip of it. This red light was in fact Slaughter Chi. Under Li Jun's control, the red light suddenly turned into a dark gray color. With a wave of his spear, the gray color light rushed into the body of this demonic beast. Immediately, the stampede rhino turned paler than a piece of paper before falling to the ground. The three of them came to check on it. "It's dead," said Yen Liling blankly. To be precise, his vitality was completely destroyed by my death chi, added Li Jun. "So, your new power involves turning Slaughter Chi into death chi?" asked Wang Wei with a pensive look on his face. "That's correct. Can you directly make the death chi?" "No, it has to be transformed from Slaughter Chi. However, both my battle maniac physique and the heaven fighting scripture allow me to create Slaughter Chi, thus essentially granting me endless death chi. However, I understand your concern, big brother." During the battle, the slight gap in time when I conduct the transformation is enough for truly powerful opponents to take advantage of the situation. So I will watch out. "As long as you know," nodded Wang Wei. "Now, let's test this ability on me." Li Jun did not say anything, but directly pierced his spear on Wang Wei's arm. Ping! The sound of two metals clashing could be heard, and Li Jun's attack did not even break his skin. As for the death chi, it was stopped by his innate field that protected him. After closer observation, Wang Wei noticed that the death chi was slowly eroding his field. If the quantity is large enough, and enough time has passed, he could tell that his shield would not last long. After nodding, he disabled the shield before motioning for Li Jun to attack again. With a helpless look, Li Jun took out a Saint-tier artifact before stabbing his big brother again. This time, Wang Wei's skin was pierced and the death chi entered his body. However, without him doing anything, powerful energy came from his blood to resist the power of the death chi. Although Wang Wei has not begun to temper his blood yet, it was still very powerful due to all the transformation his body went through after tempering the other parts. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who was using his divine sense to observe the reaction of the death chi inside Wang Wei's body, muttered out loud. It seemed that for powerful body refiner like Big Brother Wang Wei, it's best to use prolonged battle as a tactic, slowly wear them out. After that, Wang Wei and Yen Liling spent a few hours helping Li Jun test his new ability and its limit. Finally, as the group rested, Wang Wei told Li Jun, "I have some good news for you." Well, it might also be considered bad news. While looking at Yen Liling while saying the latter half of this sentence, she snorted unhappily, obviously knowing what he was going to say. "What's going on?" asked Li Jun. Before giving him the news, Wang Wei first explained what happened in the few days that he was in a coma. "What does this have to do with me?" "Well, before deciding to help us completely, the matriarch of the Fox Demon clan wanted to for a more united alliance with our sect. To be precise, they wanted to form a marriage alliance." Li Jun immediately guessed where this was going, and his instinct was warning him that things will be bad for him from now on. "As you can imagine," continued Wang Wei while ignoring the sweating Li Jun in front of him, "since I already find the love of my life, and I have no plan or desire to add another one to the list, the sect chose you for this alliance." Li Jun's mouth twitched after hearing this, as he felt the fury of Yen Liling sitting next to him. More importantly, she was holding his hand tightly. Then a powerful heat came out of nowhere, wanting to burn him to ash. Ignoring the pain his left hand was currently in, he asked, "Can I refuse?" while squeezing a forced smile. "Unfortunately, no. Your father and mother have already set everything in motion." Li Jun then took a deep breath. "Whom am I marrying this time?" "It's Su Ai, the young matriarch of the Fox Demon clan that we met in the Chi-Luck trial. That's her." "Well, at least she's beautiful." Then, Li Jun's hand was instantly burned. Ignoring the shenanigans of these two, Wang Wei stood up and said, "Well, I will leave you two lovebirds to yourself." Then, he left the room as if something was chasing him. "Don't you have something to say?" asked Yan Liling with gritted teeth. "Linger. You know that this kind of thing is out of our control." Yan Liling became silent after hearing this, as she knew that he was right. When the sect made the decision, they did not even consult her, just notified her of the result. Only her aunt, Great Elder Yan Mei, took time to talk to her and made sure that she was okay. "This does not mean that I will forgive you so easily. Okay? You can be mad at me for as long as you want. But before that, I need your help with something," replied Li Jun. "Are you trying to change the subject?" "No." After seeing the serious look on his face, Yan Liling realized that he was not kidding around, so she took the matter seriously. "What do you need my help with?" "I need you to use your innate talent to create a special pill for me." "A special pill? What kind of pill?" "One that can read memories." "And what are you going to do with it?" After a brief pause, Li Jun explains to her all his plans. Yan Liling suddenly screamed, "Are you crazy? Do you want to get yourself killed?" "I need to do this," replied Li Jun with a determined voice. "After the recent failure, I realized that the amount of help that I can offer Big Brother Wang Wei is smaller than I anticipated. After many calculations, I think that currently, this is the best way to help him." Yan Liling became silent after hearing his words. Then she asked, "How long have you been thinking about doing this?" "For quite some time. But your plan relies too much on luck," added Yan Liling. "We're dealing with someone that is likely an expert of the soul, and you want to read their memories without them even noticing?" Big Brother Wang Wei once theorized that memories are located in two places, the brain and the soul. Most mortals have weak souls, so they store their memories in their brains, while cultivators have powerful souls, so they use their souls to store their memories. However, it does not mean that mortal's soul does not have any memory, nor does cultivator's brain. It is just that they do not rely on it too much, if at all. So, what we have to do is to target the brain instead of the soul. That way, our chances of success will greatly increase. Chapter 259. Wang Wei sat on a purple golden throne full of decorations of dragons, different worlds and civilizations, and strings of fate connecting all these things. He was waiting for someone, and he did not have to wait long. Soon after, a beautiful woman wearing a long cheongsam walked in. She had long legs and her feet bare, and every time she took a step, runes appeared underneath her white feet to support her. Her phoenix eyes were very profound, as if containing all the secrets of the universe, and her smile more radiant than a million suns. Wu Hong looked at the room that was decorated like a throne. She asked, "Why did you decorate it like this?" "The other day I was in a kingly mood, so I decorated it as such," replied Wang Wei nonchalantly, then motioned for her to seat on him, and she did it without much thought or hesitation. After that, she caressed his silver-gray hair. "I forgot that sometimes you can be a little too much." Wang Wei shrugged as he said back, "What's the point of having all this power if I cannot do as I please?" "True, for someone who pursues freedom like yourself, you can do whatever you please based on your emotions or desires. So, how have you been recent?" asked Wu Hong while still playing with his hair. "Terrible." "Oh, why is that?" "Because I've missed you very dearly," replied Wang Wei with a serious look on his face. "Is that so? In that case, let me make it up to you." She lowered her head and kissed him, very passionately. The two spent the next half hour inseparable from one another. Since they did not need to breathe, their lips never separated from one another. This single kiss made it look like they were separated for countless millennia, and were finally reunited after fighting gods, demons, Buddhas, and even heaven and earth itself. Of course, Wang Wei wanted more than some lip action, so his dirty hand traveled from Wu Hong's legs under her dress, in an attempt to reach the forbidden zone. Unfortunately for him, she slapped him away before he could get what he wanted. "It's been so long, when can we go further?" he asked. "For one, we have not to go through the proper ceremony to become Tao companions. replied Wu Hong with her usually calm face and voice. Second, you cannot touch me until you finish temper all your organs and blood. I understand the first reason, but what does my body refining level have to do with anything? For one, your current fleshly body is too weak to keep up with me. Wang Wei immediately looked at her as if she was crazy. However, Wu Hong just held his hand and squeezed lightly. Immediately afterward, his hand was pulverized into millions of particles. There was no blood and bones left. They were instantly pulverized. A few seconds later, his hand grew back and he said, "Although I knew that your fleshly body was powerful, I did not think that it was this scary." Wu Hong just smiled as she continued to caress his hair. This was one of the reasons that she loved him. He did not have the usual ego of man in this world, the ego that would not accept their companions to be more powerful than them. Also, he will not feel inferior because of this, but motivate himself to reach the level of being equal to her. And Wu Hong believed that not only will he reach her level, but even surpass her. Then, she will try to surpass him and eventually succeed. This cycle will push them forward together until they reach the end of the Tao and beyond it. The main reason for stopping you is that after your body reaches a certain level, I can use dual cultivation to help further refine your body, thus saving you a lot of time and detour in the future. Wang Wei nodded in agreement with her. Then he did not mention the subjects anymore. Taking out a purple light from his space ring, he said, "Just seeing your beautiful face was not the only reason that I wanted to meet you today. Is that the special merit you received after setting up the school system?" "Yes, I have checked it, and have many of the elders of the sect checked it, and they found nothing wrong with it. But just in case, I want you to see if there is anything wrong with it, if there is some kind of backhand left in it." "I think you are being too paranoid," replied Wu Hong as she took the purple merit to check. Her eyes turned into strange circular runes as she looked at it. "Given my history with heavenly Tao, can you blame? Well, I've checked and there is nothing wrong with it. As I said before, you are too paranoid. Heavenly Tao is fair. It has rules and regulations to follow, and it cannot attack or plot against you for no reason. Then, why does it hate me so much? I can feel it during the ceremony. It was very reluctant to give me the reward I deserve. According to your logic, it should have a reason to hate me." Wu Hong became silent after hearing this. So after seeing this, Wang Wei asked, "Is this one of the things that you cannot tell me?" Wu Hong shook her head. "It's not this. It's because I do not know." "Do not know? What do you mean?" "Logically speaking, when it comes to this kind of information that is very important to you, I should know about it, but my mind or memory is blank. The odd thing is when I tried to do actual research to find the cause of your problems, I could not find anything. To be precise, it was like the information was right in front of me, but I gloss it over." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Then he asked, "Do you know what's going on?" "Well, it's like someone." However, she stopped midway and did not continue. "Like someone is only giving you a limited amount of information enough to help me, but not enough for me to be too reliant on you?" Wu Hong nodded her head, and Wang Wei sighed deeply. "It seems that we might be in a bigger quagmire than anticipated." Wu Hong could not agree more as she knew more than him. So, she lowered her head to touch his, and they remained silent in each other's embrace. Meanwhile, she looked in the distance with a dazed look on her face. There, Wu Hong could see a vague figure that looked exactly like herself, except the temperament was otherworldly, transcendent. She thought to herself while looking at the figure, "Crazy woman, why do you have to put so many restrictions on me? Couldn't you do what you wanted and not care about the consequences?" However, soon, she realized that she might be calling herself crazy, and she secretly sighed deeply. Things were beginning to be more complicated than she would like them to be. Wang Family Mountain, inside a secret room. Yu Yen sat cross-legged in front of a formation with an elderly woman on the other side. "Mom, did the merit help cure father's injuries?" "Unfortunately, no," replied Yu Yan's mother and Wang Wei's grandmother, Yun Zhaojun. "What? How come? Does he need more?" Yun Zhaojun sighed deeply with melancholy. By now, you should guess that your father's problem cannot be dealt with resources, and the decision that he has made. Yu Yan became quiet for a moment after hearing this. Then she asked, "What about you?" "I'll always accompany him wherever he goes." Knowing her mother, she was not that surprised, so she asked, "How long do we have?" "A few 100 years, maybe less." "That's not a long time," replied Yu Yan. Although she knew that this day would come, she never thought that it would be so soon. "Can't you both of you change your minds? Or at the very least, you do." Yun Zhaojun sighed again before saying, "Daughter, I know that my decision is very selfish, and I'm very sorry to you, but I have made my mind. If you cannot change your mind for me, then do it for Wire. You should know how attached he is to you. Can you imagine how devastating this news will be to him?" This time, it was Yun Zhaojun to be silent. After more than 5 minutes, she sighed for the 3rd time and said, "Wire has always been a very intelligent kid, so I know he will understand our decision. Even if he understands, it does not mean he can accept it." "You may be right, daughter. Unfortunately, this will be one of the many hard lessons that he will have to learn in his cultivation journey." After discovering that she could not change her mother's mind, Yu Yan gave up. "Fine, I respect your choice, but you have to be the one who tells Wire the truth." "Fine, but it does not have to be right now. There is no need to place such worry in his mind for now." Chapter 260, Tao Opening Sect, Tribulation Mountain. One of the elders of the sect was standing on the mountain holding a golden light in his hand. He could feel many eyes watching his actions, but he paid them no mind. After taking a deep breath, he absorbed the golden merit. Following this, a powerful aura emanated from his body, the aura of a saint. More importantly, his aura kept increasing in strength and intensity. Luckily, the formation in the mountains prevented the pressure released from his aura from affecting the other disciples of the sect. Soon afterward, the laws of heaven and earth in a few hundred diameters of this saint realm true person came into his control. To be precise, it was the law of fire. In this small space, he was the absolute ruler when it comes to how fire behaves between heaven and earth. This was his domain. After his domain showed up, it started a strange transformation. It was slowly transforming into a shape. It was taking physical form. This was in fact the Dharma body of a supreme realm powerhouse. As the Dharma body slowly formed, countless understand of the laws started to enter his mind as he entered a state of enlightenment. As time passed by, the Dharma body was slowly formed except for the face. The reason being that this elder has to pass a certain test before the face can be completely formed. And this test involves his own Tao. Soon afterward, the face of the Dharma body was shown, and it was not the face of the elder, but Emperor Qiyuan's face. Meaning, this elder cultivated the origin path scripture. After seeing this, the elder sighed in disappointment. Although he knew that this was most likely the outcome, he still hoped that the golden merit would help. In the supreme realm, there are 3 echelons or tiers. First, the people rely on their cultivation techniques to break through. These people are usually at the bottom of the barrel as they only follow the path of the ancestor and their futures are bleak. The second tiers are the people who have a slight understanding of their own Tao or path. This tier can slightly modify their cultivation techniques to fit them the best. This tier is considered the mainstream of the myriad emperor world as most talented individuals are in that category. Nevertheless, the Dharma bodies of both these tiers are the people who created the techniques that they cultivate. As for the last tier, it is for the geniuses who have their own Tao, their own path and pursuit. All the people in that tier create their own cultivation techniques perfectly suited for them before entering the supreme realm. Hence, their Dharma bodies are always their own face and body. Additionally, this tier is the only one who can actually bear the heaven will and prove the Tao. Without having your own Tao, even the heaven will was granted to a cultivator, he could not do anything with it. Furthermore, even if the people of this tier do not manage to prove the Tao, some of the truly talented ones can enter a cultivator realm called quasi-emperor. As the name implied, These true monarchs have some qualities of a great emperor, thus making them extremely powerful, and their lifespan dramatically increase. Of course, in the end, they are still mortals and will eventually die. Back to the tribulation peak. After Emperor Chiyuan's face manifested, the aura surrounded the elder changed from a saint one to a supreme one. Finally, a cloud appeared in the sky as heavenly tribulation finally showed up. However, before it could descend, a golden light came from the elder's body and the clouds in the sky were dispersed. This was the power of golden merit. With the right amount, it can not only turn a saint into a supreme, but even heavenly tribulation will not be a problem. Following this, the Dharma body entered the elder's body and his body started transforming. During the process, countless visions appeared around the domains of the Tao opening sect. There were golden lotuses in the sky, followed by heavenly music. Heavenly maidens were dancing, and saints were preaching in harmony. Many people quickly noticed the changes happening there and started to secretly observe. The visions lasted for a few hours until the new Supreme Elder woke up from his transformation. He sighed with a very hidden melancholy. He waved his hand, and the laws of fire manifested in front of him. Although the power was more powerful than before, he could tell that it was different. It has the power of origin in it. The new Supreme Elder knew that the reason for that was because he entered the first tier of Supreme Realm. Hence, affected by the origin path scripture, his laws were fundamentally changed. One would think that since the Tao of origin is more powerful than the 5 elements he previously cultivated, shouldn't he be happy for such a change? The answer is no. Since the Tao does not belong to him, of course, he could not control even 1/10 of its true power. The new Supreme Elder did not stay depressed for long as he already knew that this was the best outcome for him. His talent was very low, and it was due to a fortunate encounter that he managed to enter the Saint Realm in the first place. And the only reason that he could enter the Supreme Realm was that the sect wanted to do a dangerous experiment, so he volunteered without hesitation. So, it did not matter that he was the lowest tier of Supreme Realm as long as he was one. Tianwei Peak, all the great elders, and elders who held positions of power in the sect watched the breakthrough through a formation. Using merit can indeed allow us to forcefully break through the Supreme Realm, even though the path of Supreme is technically still cut off. However, the person receives no merits for being the first to so. After all, he did not do it on his own, of course. Heavenly Tao will not reward him. None of that matters, said Great Elder Yen Mei. What truly matters is whether this method can forcefully open the path of Supreme and allow us to break through with our own abilities. After hearing this, all these saints started to calculate the secrets of heaven. Unfortunately, the answer that they received was negative. It was still not possible for any of them to become true monarchs unless they used merit. So, our plan failed? Not necessarily, suddenly said Sect Master Wang Tian. I just received news that from my father that although the path of Supreme is still cut off, the time for it to open has dramatically decreased. In other words, as long as the number of people who forcefully become true monarchs increase, the faster that true path of Supreme can be open. Asked Yen Mei. That's correct. In that case, all we have to do is wait. Seeing that we made the first move, the other emperor lineages should hurry to follow. That's true, replied Wang Tian. However, beforehand, let's decide who among us want to use merit to make their breakthrough. However, no one in that room wanted to do so. As the upper echelons of the Tao opening sect, all of them are the cream on top when it comes to talent. As such, none of them believed for a moment that they will need help to become supremes. Using merit is a shortcut method, and people who used this method have very weak foundations. So, it is never okay to use merit directly break through any cultivation realm. The best use of it is to assist cultivators in enlightening in the Tao. Seeing that no one actually wanted to use the easy way out, Wang Tian secretly nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, in that case, after I distribute the merit, you guys can save it for when the true path of Supreme is open. As for the rest, other saints can use contribution points to redeem and make their breakthrough. Soon after this meeting ended, the world dramatically changed. Many emperor lineages with enough merit started having saints breaking through the supreme realms. As for the ones that did not have enough merit, they either banded together through alliance, fought one another, or focused their attention on the schools and educating mortals to gather more merits. So, in the next few months, many visions could be seen all over the sky in the myriad emperor world. Things only returned to calm after everybody remembered the heaven-chosen selection trial, thus placed their gazes towards the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Finally, the academy, which was trying to remain low-key, finally had to address the situation and give a proper explanation to all the participants and the sects behind them. Thus, like the grand opening of the tournament, a live broadcast took place. Chapter 261. Under the eyes of all the people watching the tournament, someone from the academy appeared in the stadium. Most people quickly noticed that it was not Bai Han who showed up this time, but a middle-aged man named Song Li. Many people knew him as the upper echelon of the academy, while the teachers there knew him as the head of the faction that was against Bai Han cheating, and asked him to just bow his head. After Song Li showed up at the venue, he announced, "Due to recent events, the academy has decided to cancel the remaining rounds of the tournament. But do not fret, we are aware that our decision is quite abrupt. As such, we will compensate the participants by giving all the top 30 heaven-chosen the same amount of time enlightening in front of the Tao tablets." The cancellation of this tournament was not a surprise to some people, as rumors were previously released by the academy to give the emperor lineages a heads-up. The real reason that many people came to participate in the first place was to see what kind of compensation that the academy would give the participants. And many people were not happy, at least the people with the ability to enter the top 10 were not. According to the academy's previous rules, the higher a participant ranked, the more time he or she could spend with the Tao tablets, thus giving them an advantage over their competitors. In the battle for the heaven will, any little advantage could mean the difference between becoming an immortal supreme being, great emperor, and forever remaining immoral. But now this advantage was gone. Although the academy used the term fairness to explain their actions, anyone thinking logically knew that there was no fairness in this situation. For example, while they had a limited time with the tablets, a person like Lin Fan could basically use it whenever he felt like it. Nevertheless, despite how these people felt, Song Li did not pay them any mind and continued. Additionally, the academy would like to take this opportunity to apologize to all the professionals that we have offended. In our attempt to remedy the situation, we have also reserved 4 additional spots for the tablets, just like previous tournaments. Please choose the 4 individuals that will gain access to this opportunity. Many of the people watching this broadcast and sneered after hearing this. The cunning ones instantly understood that this Song Li wanted the people who allied against the academy to fight between themselves when deciding which professionals to gain this opportunity. And hopefully, during the process, break this loose alliance headed by the Tao opening sect based solely on benefit. What's beautiful about this simple plan is the fact even if someone is aware of it, there is nothing that they could do about it, as this is an open plot. Cultivators will never give up any benefit. After this short event, many people knew not to underestimate this new headmaster, as he is a cunning fox. "Now that everything is settled," said Song Li, "let's begin the ceremony to place these heaven-chosen's name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book." "Hold on, headmaster," suddenly ringed a voice throughout the stadium. Song Li turned his head to see who spoke, and to his surprise, it was the true disciple of his own academy, Lin Fan. "Young headmaster, this is not the time. If you have something to say, you do so after the ceremony is over," said Song Li with a frown on his face. "I'm sorry, headmaster, but this is the exact time to speak." Song Li could guess what Lin Fan wanted to say next, but he did not stop it. "So, what do you want to say? Many of us here came to this trial to garner fame, glory, and recognition. Personally, I do not think it's fair to those people to stop this tournament just like that. The academy has already decided to stop the tournament." "It's fine if it's stopped," replied Lin Fan calmly with a smile on his face. "But this is not reason enough to stop any battles from happening. After all, I'm sure many people of the audience would love to see a clash between this generation's top heaven chosen. A brief pause followed Lin Fan's words. Then a member of the audience yelled, "That's true. I would love to see such battles. Me too. Me as well. Fight, fight, fight." Soon enough, the entire stadium was full of chanting, invigorating the previously dull and desolate atmosphere. As for Lin Fan, he had a slight smirk on his face as he enjoyed being in the spotlight. He imagined the trillion of people watching this broadcast, and him being the center of attention, he was glad that he followed this plan. Meanwhile, Song Li looked at the satisfied look on Lin Fan's face, sighed deeply before saying, "So, young headmaster, what do you propose we do?" Since Lin Fan was their future headmaster and he wanted to do something, the academy would support him. As for the later consequences of his actions, the academy is still able to protect their own heaven chosen. Lin Fan's smile became even more prominent. Then he said, "Personally, I think that we should start big. For example, I challenge you." He then pointed at someone. All the gazes of the world looked in the direction he was pointed, and it turns out that he was pointing to the number 3 heavenly physique, Su Wei, who was standing in the middle of the stadium with all the other heaven chosen. Although a little surprised by the sudden challenge, her facial reaction did not change much, nor did she display any form of emotion. She giggled with a sweet and melodious voice. "Young Master Lin Fan, are you trying to bully this poor and helpless woman? Why don't you challenge any of the other men? I'm sure that they would be more than welcome to accept your challenge." With a calm look on his face, Lin Fan sneered, "Only a fool would believe that young Lady Suya is a helpless woman." As for the reason that I'm challenging you first, it's not because of your gender, but because I plan to slowly challenge the people in the heaven-chosen list ranked above me. However, if Lady Suya does not want to accept my challenge, I can still challenge someone more powerful than you. While saying the last phrase, Lin Fan was looking at Jian Wushuang, who was ranked 1 number higher than Suya. "Oh my, it seems that I have been underestimated," said Suya with a gentle smile on her face. "Although I know that you are trying to bait into fighting you, I will accept your challenge. It's about time someone taught you that you cannot be as cocky as you were in the lower realm." Lin Fan's mouth twitched after hearing this. Then a powerful killing intent emerged from his eyes. Meanwhile, Suya giggled again as she said, "Oh, did I hit a sore spot?" Song Li watched the entire interaction in the sky while secretly shaking his head. He could tell that Suya instantly controlled the rhythm of the battle with those few words. As someone who can control emotions and desires, one needs to be always in a calm state of mind when fighting her, otherwise, she will use your own emotions against you. After seeing those two agreed on a battle, Song Li cleared out the field and provided them with enough space to fight. All the other heaven chosen returned to their own booth to watch this battle. Lin Fan was standing opposite Suya, and with gritted teeth he said, "I will make you regret your words. Whatever you say, farm boy," replied Suya with a nonchalant look on her face as she took out a bow from her space ring. Meanwhile, after hearing her called him farm boy, a great deal of rage enveloped Lin Fan. The term farm boy was a derogative word used by people of this world to describe geniuses from the lower realm. It has a negative connotation insinuating that they were peasants and of low status. After knowing the existence of that word, Lin Fan hated it with a passion. Even though no one dared to call him that as he is the rightful heir of the Enlightening Emperor Academy, he still hated it. Yet, today of all day, someone actually called him that in front of the entire world. In front of trillions of people. Veins started appearing on Lin Fan's head. Then, without hesitation or preparation, he rushed straight towards Suya. He looked like a charging bull that had lost his mind because of rage. As for her, she snickered at how easy it was to rile him up. She pulled the strings of her bow and a yellow arrow appeared. Then she released it. Chapter 262. After Suya released the yellow arrow, it turned into countless arrows before reaching its destination. It was like a barrage of 1,000 if nor more archers shooting at once. Nevertheless, Lin Fan just sneered after seeing this attack. Once the arrows hit, they bounced off his skin while making sounds of two metals clashing. His absolute chaos physique granted a very powerful fleshly body as well, so he continued his rush towards his opponent. Unfortunately for him, midway through, he suddenly vomited a big mouthful of blood. He was injured. With a confused look on his face, Lin Fan could not discover where the injuries came from, and Suya was not about to give him time to think or process the entire situation. Soon, more arrows came from the sky, wanting to turn Lin Fan into a hedgehog. He did not want to be careless this time, so he used his origin essence to erect a barrier around himself. Thus, all the arrows bounced off his shield. Yet, he still spewed out another big mouthful of blood. This time, though, Lin Fan discovered the origin of his injuries. It was his liver. Somehow, Suya's attack could directly bypass his outer layer protection and directly attack his internal organs. Despite knowing this, another problem aroused. How did she do it? While these thoughts quickly rushed through Lin Fan's head, another barrage of arrows came toward him. This time, though, he opted to use his speed to evade. Although he was constrained by the small size of the arena, he was still fast enough to evade all these arrows. Unfortunately, Lin Fan still discovered that he was injured even without any contact with his opponent. Oh my! Looked at the number 1 absolute chaos physique running away in battles, with confusion written all over his face. "What's going on?" said Suya with a smirk in her voice. Meanwhile, after hearing this, a sudden fear emerged in Lin Fan's mind. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the possibility of losing. As soon as those emotions appeared in his mind, he coughed a large amount of blood again. However, he quickly noticed that this time around, it was his kidney that was injured. A few common sayings quickly appeared in his mind. Anger hurts the liver. Fear hurts the liver. Adding to that Suya's physique that involves controlling emotions and desires, and the fact that she made him angry at the beginning of the match, Lin Fan quickly figured out how her attacks work. So, Lin Fan controlled his soul inside his sea of consciousness to enter a state of peace, a state of indifference to worldly matters and desires, a state similar to the Taoist sect's ultimate state of inactiveness, Taishuang indifference. After seeing Lin Fan's current situation, Suya sneered as she thought to herself, "Figure it out so quickly? Unfortunately for you, your state of mind is nothing compared to these Taoist masters that has spent their entire life cultivating their minds." After entering this pseudo-quiet state, Suya's attacks were rendered ineffective. Even if the arrows directly hit Lin Fan, they could not bypass his defense. So, with newfound confidence, he went on the offensive. He first took out a sword. As a person who has the absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan is innately gifted with everything. Whatever he wants to learn, he can. With this physique, he can easily become a jack of all trade. After all, chaos is the embodiment of everything that was and ever will be. It is the origin of Taos. Can be everything or nothing at all. So, it was very easy for Lin Fan to learn the way of the sword and became accomplished in it, even if he was not a pure swordsman. With a wave of his sword, a powerful purple thunder rushed straight towards Suya. What's more, this thunder was also wrapped in flame. Without hesitation, Suya evaded that attack. She did not want to go toe-to-toe with such a powerful attack, and her instinct was correct. Boom! A massive explosion occurred on the spot that the thunder flame attacked hit the stadium, leading to the entire arena shaking uncontrollably. A large number of runes appeared surrounding the arena as a formation was activated. It prevented the attack to reach the members of the audience, and reinforced the fighting arena so that it was not destroyed by these mighty attacks. Without any pause or giving his opponent any room to breathe, Lin Fan continued to attack Suya with his Chaos Thunderflame, and she did not want to fight head-on with this attack. So you could tell that even if she could block it, she might suffer from low to mild injuries. Unfortunately, unlike those people in the top 4 heavenly physique, she did not have a powerful fleshly body or unimaginable healing abilities. Although she had her ways to quickly heal herself in case needed, it was not as easy for her as the others. So, she dodged the attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Fan slightly changed his tactics when he saw that his attacks were not directly working. With a wave of his sword, the Chaos Thunderflame turned into thousands of small swords, floating over Su Yi just like her arrows. With the utmost intention to destroy everything in their paths, these swords rushed towards her. At first, she tried to dodge these attacks. Unfortunately, the speed of the thunderfire was beyond what she could actually react to, so she had to block. Immediately, she used a technique called Guarded Heart. This technique is based on the idea of once someone else truly loves another, they will do everything in their powers to protect them, even sacrificing their own life. A pink shield appeared around her. Following this, a massive explosion occurred once Lin Fan's attack came in contact with her. Powerful shockwaves emanated from the center of the explosion. After the first wave of attack was finished, Suya looked pale in comparison to her previous complexion. Although she survived the attack, she knew that her protection would not last long. So she used another method. Another person suddenly appeared next to her. This person had a weird mask on their face, had chains on both his hands and feet, and it was wearing armor with spikes on them. However, the spikes were actually inward, piercing through his flesh. He looked like he was in severe pain, but he did not scream. Maybe because his mask was covering his mouth. Su Yi's shield also enveloped the masked figure. So, when Lin Fan's second wave of attacks arrived, it protected both of them. Oddly though, after this round of attacks, her pale complexion returned to normal. However, she did not have time to react as soon afterward, the third wave of attacks arrived. This time, however, her shield was broken and countless thunderflame swords rushed to her. A massive explosion similar to a nuclear weapon occurred, and many people thought that Suya might have lost this fight. However, they were wrong. Once the explosion site was cleared, Suya appeared perfectly fine, without a scratch on her. Of course, the same could not be said to the masked figure next to her. It was completely disfigured with burnt all over its body. For the people who could use their divine sense to watch what happened, they knew that Suya actually transferred all her injuries to the masked figure. Moreover, this figure seemed to enjoy suffering from pain, and some people could even feel that its aura increased a little after suffering from that attack. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not care as he continued his attacks. This time, however, it was not just sword that the thunderflame turned into, but different animals like dragons and phoenixes. As he continued to attack, Suya started to defend herself and evade her at the same time. Meanwhile, during the entire process, Lin Fan had a smile on his face. He enjoyed watching his opponent squirm under his attacks, especially after she said these words to him. But he also knew that this was a battle and he should quickly finish his opponent. So, with a smirk on his face, his next attack turned into a gigantic thunderflame sword. "This is what you get for looking down on me," said Lin Fan with a smile on his face. Then he waved his sword downward, planning to finish his foe once and for all. Unfortunately, things did not go as he planned. When the massive sword was midway to its descent, Lin Fan suddenly vomited a big mouthful of blood, and his attacks exploded in the air before reaching the target. A quick check, he found that it was his heart that was injured this time, and the degree of damage was more severe than the previous attacks. Lin Fan then remembered the saying, "Joy nourishes the heart, and too much hurts it." He raised his head, only to see a cunning smirk on Su Yi's face, and he knew that he was played. Chapter 263. Lin Fan knew that his injuries this time were truly severe. After all, it was his heart that was attacked. However, he was not that worried. Not because of how powerful his fleshly body is, but because of the string of chaos chi that the Academy gave him, which was located inside his heart. And he was right. Soon after, a mysterious power came from his heart and healed it. Nevertheless, Lin Fan was not happy as he could see a red flame slowly appearing inside his sea of consciousness. Immediately, he used his spiritual power or soul power to try to extinguish the flame, but it was of no use. On the contrary, his actions seemed to fasten the growth of the red flame. Lin Fan then looked at Suya and said, What did you do to me? The latter sneered before answering, Don't you like to play with flame? Then enjoy my flame of anger. After a few seconds, the flame turned from a small ember to a raging forest fire. As for Lin Fan, he immediately found himself in deep trouble. He felt a wave of overwhelming anger slowly occupying his mind. It was as if every time he ever felt the emotion anger in his century-long life was condensed into a single moment, and he was experiencing it all at once. No, it might not just be the anger he felt in his life, but also the ones he will feel in the future. Although that sounded impossible, that was how he felt. Although he tried to resist this immense amount of emotion, it was futile. Soon, his mind was overtaken, and Lin Fan lost consciousness. A powerful and bestial roar echoed throughout the entire arena, making many of the audience members shuddered. This roar was primal, containing no emotion or reason except for the desire to destroy everything in its path. So that's exactly what Lin Fan did. Countless shapes made of chaos thunderflame manifested around him. There were swords, dragons, phoenixes, pagodas, figures of the Academy's great emperors, etc. Then they started to bomb the entire arena indiscriminately. Hundreds, if not thousands, of explosions similar to nuclear explosions occurred in the arena. Mushroom clouds were everywhere the eyes could see. Powerful shock waves created by these attacks, creating even more damage. The array surrounding the arena was quickly activated to prevent the audience from being affected. However, the entire formation was shaking far greater than an earthquake of magnitude of 10 or higher. So, many of them who had low cultivation feared that the array would not be able to hold on for long. During the entire process, Lin Fan was still standing in the arena. Due to his madness, he did not even evade his own attack, so he was injured. Luckily for him, his origin essence still automatically erected a barrier around him. Unfortunately, that only managed to slightly reduce the damage he received. So, a very burned Lin Fan was standing in the arena. More importantly, he did not stop after the first volley of attack but continued to indiscriminately attack the surroundings. Luckily for him, his absolute chaos physique provided him with a powerful fleshly body, and the chaos chi inside his body quickly healed his body. Unfortunately for him, his origin essence was rapidly consuming with these large attacks. Although he could replenish it by absorbing the spiritual chi in the surrounding, with how much these powerful attacks cost him, he won't be able to last long. Meanwhile, during the entire process, Suya was floating in the sky, far from Lin Fan and the arena, watching everything with a sneer on her face. There is a reason that the 7 Emotions 6 Desire physique is ranked 3rd in the heavenly physique list. No matter the person or cultivator, he or she cannot escape the shackles of emotions and desires. Whether it was those cultivators who cultivate the indifferent Tao and abandon their emotions, or the Taoist sect cultivators who practice a form of indifferent Tao that involves accepting that things in the universe happened for a reason, even life and death, so do not worry about them. All of them also have desires, the desire to pursue the Tao. So, even they would be susceptible to Su Ya's powers. Fighting her is like fighting yourself, or always being in a state of heart demon. She can take advantage of the slightest flaws in your mind and use them to her advantage. Given that no being in existence is absolutely perfect, no one can escape her power. Down in the arena, after Lin Fan went on his 5th round of attack, his complexion was pale, and he was breathing heavily. The amount of time it took him to heal his injuries has dramatically increased. When he was about to commence his 6th round, a bell suddenly rang in Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan managed to regain consciousness for a brief moment. Without wasting this opportunity, he immediately controlled his chaos chi to enter his sea of consciousness and purged the flame of anger from his body. While taking deep breaths, Lin Fan half-knelt in the arena. On the sky, Suya frowned after seeing this. Then she muttered softly, "Soul protection treasure?" She is not blind to soul protection treasure, as she has one too. All the heaven chosens from emperor lineages will be granted a soul protection treasure once they enter the supernatural realm. As the name implies, the treasure is to protect their souls from being directly attacked and destroyed, protect their bodies from being taken over by other cultivators, and when they reach the primordial spirit realm, the soul protection treasure can save their primordial spirit in case their bodies are destroyed. That way, as long as their sect creates a new body for them, or finds another one for them to occupy, they can be revived. As for Wang Wei, the only reason that he did not have one was that his soul was too unique. His paragon soul can protect him from most soul attacks and destroy anyone who enters his sea of consciousness and tries to occupy his body. According to a test that the Tao opening sect made, it would take an average Supreme Realm True Monarchs an entire hour constantly attacking Wang Wei's soul before they could injure him. And the reason for that is because although the quality of his soul is very high, the amount of soul power he had cannot be compared to Supreme Realm powerhouses. Another reason was that his soul was somewhat arrogant. After placing a saint-level soul protection treasure inside his sea of consciousness, it was kicked out by his own soul, telling him that it was not worthy to share the same space as him. So Wang Wei tried a Supreme Tier 1. Although it was not kicked out, he felt very uncomfortable for some reason. So he placed the treasure in his space ring instead. Hopefully, if one day he actually needs to use that treasure, he will have enough time to remove it from his space ring, or it can activate on his own. Of course, after that test, Wang Wei's grandfather warned him not to be too arrogant or careless about this ability, as in this world, nothing is absolute. Wang Chong went on to tell his grandson a story about something that happened in his generation. Apparently, a mortal once killed a Supreme Realm powerhouse. According to the tale, this Supreme Realm True Monarchs accidentally killed this mortal's family during a battle. As a result, the mortal held a tremendous amount of hatred for him. 100 years later, when that mortal was close to death, he somehow managed to track down the true monarch. Then, in front of him, the mortal slit his own throat while cursing the true monarch to die a painful death. The mortal's hatred was so strong that he actually managed to create a powerful curse after sacrificing his life. The true monarch was entangled by the curse for a few hundred years before he died a painful and gruesome death. This event was famous during Wang Chang's generation, as cultivators never imagined that a mortal could actually kill a cultivator, let alone one at the top of the food chain. Meanwhile, back to the fight. After Lin Fan woke up from his madness, he looked at Suya with hatred. However, knowing that his opponent can use his own emotions against him, he quickly used the chaos chi to calm himself down. Then, tattoos or symbols started appearing all over Lin Fan's body. He was prepared to use his innate talent. His body turned into a purple-black color, and similar ore-like energy seemed to envelop him. It was as if it was part of his body. Stars, galaxies, and worlds could be seen in the aura surrounding him. His eyes turned completely white. It was a very pure white, the purest of white that ever existed in the universe. A noble aura emanated from his body. It was like the aura of the noble creatures between heaven and earth. After his transformation, Lin Fan looked at Suya as he said with a majestic voice, "Now, you will experience the power of my Chaos Demon God Body. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."